Hello, what's up? Nightbot is going to be a problem. I can't disable that. So just ignore that. That's totally fine. Who are you cheering for? Gnomes or corn? Could be either. But hello everyone, happy Bank Holiday Monday. Hope everyone's chilling. Can I hear myself? That's better. Yeah, I could. Okay. I need to pop out this chat. I need to grab this. Hello Ben, sound and picture good. Thanks, Trips. This chat isn't working though, so I just need to do this. That was from the test. This should work. There we go. Just gonna crop that. Very ad hoc stream. All right, we got to get cracking. Ugh. What are people working on today? Figured it's a good time for a stream. Bank holiday. It's always a good opportunity to get some painting done. It's kind of what I'm doing here. Got a lot of work to do, a lot of work to catch up on. We're quite behind. I had a massive org project that I did for Siege that just took so much time. It was about 300 hours in about 5 weeks, and it was just miserable. Which has put me very behind, but we're getting there. But I'm not going to let that stop us doing the Bonehead Championship stuff, because that is starting very soon. Base coating some Orcs, nice. Yeah, we really got to get some Necromunda play, don't we? We've still got the bikes that Ben got me. Finishing ironing, then Norse. Very nice. Yeah, ironing less so. I think I've ironed in 10 years. With the exception of like a shirt for a wedding or something. I feel like it used to be so much more of a thing. I don't know what happened. Like growing up, it used to be like, yeah, all the clothes got ironed. It's just a thing. But now I don't think I've done that. Like even at uni, I used to iron stuff. Slan, awesome. Which Slan team? Sorry, I'm just peeling these off their priming tray. I got all the paint stuck to them. These are awesome models. These are I'm doing the Waia Games lizards, and they're really nice. I'm a huge fan of them. I think they're probably the best Lizardmen team out there. Not sure if you covered this, but how about a top 5 worst and best star player special skills? Oh, you mean like the like their special rules? Yeah, there are some stinkers, so that could be a pretty good one. I don't know what mine would be. What's like the best one? There's ones that just like allow you to do stuff automatically. I think unironically Acorn is actually a really good one. It's just him as a star player is not particularly impactful. Oh, the slam from the Bonehead shop. Yeah, thank you very much. The Punga ones then, I assume. Around midday. Hey, Bryden. Yeah, it's around midday. I was a bit early. Because I figured I had to heal all these bad boys off the tray anyway, so. Haven't really started yet. This isn't going to be a, like, 24-hour... Oh, Nightbot, stop. I'll just ban it. Ian, you're a mod. You have as much power as me. It's going to be on you, Triplo. Ban Nightbot. And Streamlabs. Streamlabs mod. Ban it all. There will be no robot uprising in this chat. Okay. Need to go on their corks. Might have the chance to spray... Sorry, spray undercoat and Amazon 7's team, but family have also demanded that I bake some cookies while they're out. That's fine. Time for both. While they're baking, spray the team. Although cookies do take like, what, 4 minutes, so... Yeah, I hope everyone's relaxed. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I had a pretty cool weekend. I went to Slam Dunk Festival on Saturday, which was awesome. Loved it. Punga's Barracudas. Yeah, they're sick. Right, Zenithal time. We're not going to be doing the... Ooh. I don't think I'm going to be doing them like I normally do teams. I think I'm going to be doing something a bit quicker. Only because realistically, I only really have today to do these. Which isn't ideal. But I've got to get done. I'm probably not going to be streaming like completion. They might get to a point where I just sign off after a few hours and smash through them. We'll see how it goes, because it is a nice day, and I'm kind of really in the mood to stream. So, but yeah, let's go. I'm going to use this white that I was recommended on a stream. I can't remember who it was. It's the Iwata, I think. No. Yeah. Iwata white. Very good. You just have to shake it for like 7 years. You're the only person who really does not like the Punga Pirate series. I don't know. I think they're good. I think they're like objectively good models. I think... Oh, there's ads. Nah, we're skipping that. Sorry. Hey, sorry, I skipped the ads. Yeah, the Pirate series, Punga Pirate, I think they're objectively good. But I do understand they're a bit tired. They kind of overdid them. I think if there was like the Pirates and then like the Orc team, that would have been awesome. Or like, because they started with the Pirates. If they did like the Vampires, I think after that, just left it there. Moved on a bit. But Punga, their specialty, they make awesome models, but their speciality is to repurpose. Like, you'll notice a lot. I think it's good. I think you get cohesion and you get like The models all look good. They all look similar. Like, it's in like they all fit together. But they do love like, oh, we've made a pose. Let's use that pose on all the teams. Or like, oh, we've made a hat. Let's reuse that hat everywhere. And so I think it was a symptom of that, which I think is good. They get more teams out faster. But I think we ended up with like 70 pirate teams as a result. The aesthetic is just not for you. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I recover from bronchitis and laryngitis. So anything BB is a pickup. Yeah, that sucks. Hopefully these lizards will be a little bit more fun than laryngitis. Okay. Yeah, just Zenithal whiting all of these now. And then we're going to go... The scheme is like in the top left with the team logo. They're just going to be blue lizards with orange, like, fabrics if they exist. It'll be like fabric and feathers. I'll do orange. And then the metal's gold. And then that should be the team pretty much done. There's not much else on these models. But it means that the blue will need to be really nice. I'm going to try hard to make that nice. It's going to be a little bit more than like just a contrast. But I might end up using the speed paint because it is really good. Okay. Obviously need to go over the black. I'll just go over the black now. Clearly missed bits. Nah, we'll tackle it with the blue later anyway. This is mainly so it shows up on the stream. I don't think there's anything that's going to do much. I can't stand the Punga Halfling Pirate team. I don't know, I think it's pretty good. I think the Chaos ones are a lot better. But... I'm a Punga apologist, obviously, because I really like their teams. Most of them. I think Punga are like the best out there for like Dark Elves. I think the Elves are really good, like High Elves as well. What's it called? Nurgle. They did. It's really good. Yeah, sorry about the Nightbot commands, by the way, guys. It's left over from the stream that we did because Ian and I have admin commands. We can start streams and like manage chat and stuff. But Nightbot is like a separate thing that requires a login. That it's only under Ben's control, and sadly we forgot about that. What skin colors are you going for? I'm going for blue. Like they're all going to be blue, but what they're going to do is that the size of the model is going to deepen the blue. So the Crocs is going to be like a really dark blue. The Skink's going to be a really light blue. And the Saurus would be like your standard Lizardman blue. It's quite a standard team, but I personally think that blue lizards look awesome, like in every aspect. So, and it also means these guys are going to show up on camera on the stream really, really well. The bases are going to be like temple. They're mostly stone. I made them in advance. I put I got some Charlie Factory temple bases, smashed them up, and then filled in the gaps with texture paste. So it should end up looking like a rubbly, stony temple. I'll chuck some green leaves and stuff on there. I don't want to add too much foliage because the gnome team has a lot of foliage on the base. Yeah, but I could, because these are going to look way different to the gnomes, aren't they? We're trying to make a point of the with the new championship, and then what we do in the future, that the teams we use are quite different bases, because while it's good for the teams to paint differently, often what shows up on the top down is the basing. Especially if the models are quite slight, like humans and elves and things. And that's what really makes them stand out. The side view is fine, like that's really readable, but definitely one of the bits of common feedback we had from the other series that we did was the teams blended together. And that's something we're trying to avoid. So what also helps is that we're a lot of us are doing teams now. So like Milton's doing a team. I'm doing a team. I think we got some from Ian, both Ians. So you get like sort of different painting styles anyway. Which downside is it takes a bit longer because Ben paints like an absolute machine. We're basically there now, so this is one of the last ones that need to be done. But gnomes are in. What team is Ben slathering Agrax? Well, I think he's actually de-slathering his Black Orcs at the moment, the Black Mountain Buccaneers. They he's been working on brightening them up a bit, which is kind of cool. Giving them a little finishing touch. I've also invested. I don't know if it shows on camera. Here, this little jelly bean. I picked this up because with the full-time painting, I always paint like this. So I don't know if other people do it, but you lean on the arm of your chair. It kind of like stabilizes your hand like this. Oh, the microphone's completely in the way, but you get what I mean. Oh, like that. And it's caused me so much pain. I've been in so much agony of having this, leaning on this elbow for like 12 hours straight. But this is a lifesaver. It's a tiny little like wrist pad for the mouse mats. And yeah, it's been amazing. I did like the darker look of some of the teams, but I guess it perhaps didn't look as good as the stream. And that gel support is a great idea. Decent work chair with cushioned arm. Yeah. Like these have a cushioned arm, but it's like, it's cushioned in the same way like a cheap hotel has a cushioned mattress, you know? It's still pretty rock hard. It's meant to be like a quality foam, but could be improved. Might see if Secret Lab have different armrests actually, because they are like modular. If they do have like a really cushioned one, that might be ideal. Because I think these gel supports are a little bit consumable. I think over time it's already kind of splitting inside. It's a lot of pressure that they take. But the Agrax Avengers, that is an amazing team. I think Agrax is that's a place in Warhammer anyway, isn't it? Like that actually works. I think we tend to use old world locations in all of our teams, although Korgar I don't think exists. I think that's actually in World of Warcraft. Yeah. But it sounds like it does. The overhead light. Oh, you got it. The Onyx. Yeah, these are amazing. Like, they are on the pricier end, but I think it's so much worth it. Like, I had like a sort of £20 one before. That was just sort of a thin strip, and it just was like nowhere near. Like, this is so good because it just illuminates the whole desk, and it's like a really diffuse light. Yeah. One of those things, you know. The what's the saying? I think it came up in the last stream. Like, buy something, buy twice. The old Sam Vines boot theory thing. Arrived a couple of days after the stream, nice, yeah. Is it really possible to... Oh, hide user. Can I put the user in timeout for 24 hours? Ah, times Nightbot out. There we go. And Streamlabs, you could be timed out as well. There we go. Easy. Don't have to remember to un-time out it now. Well, I already botched the Zenithal on this one, didn't I? Like reverse Zenithal. I will go over that one. Especially as this one's the this one's gonna be dark. Like a navy blue. Okay. Just ran out of white as well. Good timing. Oh, that's not a good brush to clean with. Okay. So my 30 down rust brush, and it just all completely reactivated then. This one's fine. Yeah, apologies for the lack of content on the channel over this month as well. We've had a lot going on, personal lives and stuff as well. Mainly we're just trying to get everything sorted so that when June arrives and we start the championship, it's super smooth, super reliable, and like we're not sacrificing on the podcast and stuff like that. So we've got a few things to sort out. We're hoping June is going to be like, yeah, June's going to smash it. The intended colour schemes, Stony, is the blue and orange. It's in the top right. So it'll be like a light blue, classic lizard blue. On the Saurus, the skinks are going to be like a pale blue to white. And then the Crocs is going to be navy. Also, Ben be parenting. Yeah, that seems hard. Not for me. I'll pass on that. Need some black. When's the intended day of championship kickoff? Next week. Yeah, Monday. I don't know if this has all been published. I don't think it's that much of a secret. There's no point making it secret. You want people to watch it, so. But that is the intended date. And by intended, I mean absolutely should be. I think there's still one more team that needs to be completed after this one. But their game isn't until a bit later, so a little bit of time to finish them before their match. And these ones aren't on Monday either. I just wanted to get them done now because it's the bank holiday weekend. It's a good time for a stream. I'm going to be streaming on my channel now. On Twitch. I've got a Brush Tide channel. Not much is set up on it yet because I need to start doing stuff on it before I commit the time to sprucing up the channel, make it look kind of cool and stuff. But now that I've got this big Studios project out of the way, which took up a lot of time that I couldn't stream. Like, you're not really allowed to. I can start streaming the Brush Tide stuff on a regular basis. So hopefully a couple of nights a week, or a couple of days a week, sorry. 2 or 3 with any luck. And we'll be working on an undead team, undead and necromantic team. The Grebo one, that's in metal, so that will be interesting. But all of my Brush Tide projects going forward should be live streamed at some point. Oh, it's a lot of fun. Away the first week of June, selfishly, hopefully it's the week after. Well, it's the first week of June, but it's a stream, yeah, but I mean the VODs will be up, so. Not like last time where over 12 hours and you can't get it back. In Las Vegas though, that's awesome. You looking forward to it? I've never been. I think Ben's banning Nightbot, but it's fine. Let him know, it's all good. Really hot. Hey, Double Dip. Cheers for joining. So I'm just going to take the jumper. It's really bloody hot. Gambling's never reappealed, so let's see. The time zone is going to hit like a sledgehammer. Yeah, it's going back. That's worse though. I think you'll be alright. No, you'll be alright going there. It's when you go forward. I think that jet lag really hits hard. Okay, I just need to separate these models. They're quite annoyingly, I put them on because I've got loads spare of the slotter bases, GW slotter bases, but because I have to put the magnet on one side, it means they don't really fit on my corks very well. So I've got some toppling lizards, but should be fine. Oh, and the chameleon skinks for this scheme I'm going to do in reverse colours, so they'll be orange with blue clothes. Just because I'm incredibly biased and I always get caught out by chameleons, and it cost me a win at the World Cup because I thought it was just a regular skink, and I'm really salty. I'm never going to get over it. And yeah. It was, I declared a pass. And it was a skink who had a different colour band on it. That was the chameleon. And it was really annoying. And we got it, declared the pass. They moved. And I rolled a 3 instead of a 2. Ugh, very annoying. But we're all good. I'm not bitter. Don't tell the press. Right. Let's get the blue out. So the plan is to paint it like I would. So my usual technique of like a kind of a triad of colours for the airbrush. But I am going to give it like a wash in contrast blue. Which might work, it might end up making it too much, but in theory, if I go bright, it should go really well with the scales. Save me a ton of time. I'm using a Stegadon scale green here. Classic GW naming. What colour should we name this blue? I don't know. Green? Perfect. Flip it. I love lizards. I love painting them. They're probably the most fun, like, race in Warhammer to paint. They're so easy. It's like, the scales just pop as soon as you put any wash over them. Like, they don't wear loads of clothing, so there's not loads of little bits. There's not loads of textures. You can just paint them blue. And they look awesome. Encourages really bright colours. It's good because drab is the new black. I will probably do the bellies though, like an off-white. Kind of like the logo, but like a bone colour. Makes them look a little bit more interesting. Too many teams, yeah. I don't have one either, personally. Like, I mean, when this is done, I can just use this. But the team I've never actually played with. They look fun. They're quite simple, but I think in a good way. I think they're quite well designed. Oh, they just play the game as it's meant to be played, really. I think it's lizards are a great team for like starters, I think. Just because the models are really interesting, the theme is really like popular or like very appealing to new players. Like you like dinosaurs, cool. Who doesn't? They don't have loads of skills. Their players are clearly defined. They're very good. So yeah. Hopefully the audio's okay. It's not picking up the airbrush or anything. I think it probably will while I'm painting, but... Yeah, I did move it around a little bit since the last stream. This model was so hard to get on the base. Like, I wanted to do like a scenic base for all of them. Like they've all kind of got like temple bits. But this one has such a wide stance that it barely fits on a 32 anyway. But I found this stone that kind of just about works. I think once I get some like moss and stuff in here, it'll look a little bit more convincing. But yeah, it was difficult. It's a cool pose. We also got the skill bases from Black Mountain Gaming. I'm in two minds if I should rebase my teams. Ooh, which ones are they? Which are the skill bands? I remember those. Yeah, like I've done a few rebasing as well. Like sometimes it's nice just to sort of spruce up a team. I think a base is like the quickest way of doing it. Like the Amazons that did a while back, they've just got a grass base, and I'm definitely gonna want to rebase those. I went through a phase previously of just wanting to have simple grass for like all of my Blood Bowl teams, so they all match. But then it's like started to do more scenic stuff, and I feel it really improves the team. The magnetizing the base is 32 mil, but it's kind of sloped. So it's just the base of the mini is probably about 30 mil. The base itself is 32, it's kind of sloped. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think that's kind of the case with these, right? Like the outer rim is 30, but it's about... Also, it's the outer rim is 32, but top is 30. But yeah, I'm with you. I GW base everything. Or GW equivalent base, like the buy a bunch of the Hobby Heaven ones on eBay, and they're like exact matches and a lot cheaper. So, but I do think they're the optimal base size. Pick up my daughter from school. Are lizards. Those are our lizards. Yes, they are. Waia Games. Hey, how's it going? We are indeed painting your lizards. I was just saying how I really do think they're the best Lizardman team out there. I think they're top notch. I have absolutely no issues with any of them. They're just so well made, so unique, really inoffensive. Love them. Really love them. They're going to be on the Bonehead Championship starting from next week. These won't be here next week, but in a few weeks, these will appear. Yeah, thanks for making a cool team. Oh yeah, no, thank you very much. Right. Now I want these skinks to be a lot brighter. I'm thinking like these colours are the skinks. So in comparison, they're brighter. The lizards themselves are going to be. So yeah, left two is the Crocs. These are the Saurus, and these are the Skinks. Kind of what I'm going for. Maybe. Yeah, let's see it. See how it goes. I might end up doing the Skinks similar anyway, but they are small. And this is a really nice blue. And it's gonna look really similar if I like wash it all with a contrast blue anyway. I absolutely adore this color. This is Temple Guard blue. It's like second scale green and Temple Guard blue is like the Lizardman colors. It just is so nice. This is gonna pop so well. But when I do the wash, I'm gonna thin it down real hard because I want these colors to really shine. Might oiled. I think I might oil wash it. That would be good because then I yeah, I'm gonna do that because the blue I have is like a similar blue anyway, and that way I can actually probably remove it without staining it. Yeah, we'll do that. Quite bright. I'm gonna turn that down. Alright, that's gonna look pretty weird for a minute. Gonna get the white balance to match. There you go. Nah, that's not right. There we go. That's good. That's pretty accurate. Waia Games models are awesome. They sure are. I did that Dark Elf team a while back. That was it was difficult to paint. But very nice. When it was done. It took a long time. There are some spiky elves. Some of these models I'm kind of thinking there's going to be some time sinks here. And the bone on these, I think that is going to be the biggest sink. Like all of these spikes along the back, these spines, I'm going to want to pick out. Like I usually would go for bone color. I think I still will. But black might look really good. Well, I quite like doing it. I quite like adding natural colors to stuff like this, like when it looks this colorful. Adding the really earthy tones makes it look even more colorful. There will be a lot of gold as well. Gonna do all the metal in gold. Gonna be a very standard Lizardman team. Hopefully a pretty cool eye-catching one too. I'll just to explain like how I'm doing this as well, in case people interested. Where airbrush is using this process called volumetric color modulation, and it's not a zenithal. It looks a bit like it. It's not. So as you can see, I'm going like under the models as well. So the zenithal I highlight before was more just to roughly block out shadow, but as we went over the opaque paint, it didn't really matter. It was mainly that, also to show off the models on stream. And it helps pick out the details for me as well. But I'm focusing the paint on the large volumes, which I think, I don't know the artist definition. Like, you hear artists talk about volumes all the time. I've seen different people refer to the volumes in different ways. For me, the easiest way of thinking it is like, if you have a balloon animal and you inflate it, you tie it off, it would be like the volume of the balloon is greater in like the middle area, not if you did like a cross section, it will have a greater volume in the middle than it will near the tie. So I focus the paint on where the volume is greatest, so it's like as if it were a balloon animal. And that's how you kind of like map out the paint. So it's kind of ignoring like the details, ignoring where the light is coming from largely, like a zenithal would factor that in. But for me, it's more just like focus the paint on where it's bright. It's like on the hand there, like the palm of the hand is brighter than the fingers, so that's kind of like where I'm aiming at. Or like the body here, like that body is thick and great. So down here it's a lot thinner, so that's where it's darker, but here it's all bulbous, so more paint is focused there. That's kind of how I map the paint. It's a different way of painting, but very quick, and it's pretty good. Yeah. Probably I'm going to go over with another color on top of this as well, but very, very sparingly. More mass, more paint. Yeah, pretty much. But it's more like lighter paint, less more paint. Yeah, and that's how I interpret volumes when artists talk about it, but there's probably a better definition. And if you're wondering why I'm ignoring the chest, it's because I'm going to go over with like an off-white bone colour on the chest once I've oil washed them. I want them to have a little pale chest because it looks really nice when that happens. Okay, so that's the Saurus blocked in. And do the Crocs next, and then do the Skinks after. The highlight for the Crocs might be the base for the Skinks. Hold on. Okay. I'll start my leg crossed instead. Oh, that's painful. This Crocs is just so awesome. Like, as a model. He's so heavy. He said I was planning on listening on headphones for reason that audio is quite possibly the worst way to enjoy a painting stream. Yeah, I don't won't be talking much, so but hey, this VOD will actually be up, unlike the last one, so you can always go back and rewatch it. Yeah, enjoy your cookies. I thinned down this Night Lord's blue a little bit too much. It's alright. Let's go over twice. Okay. It's already a lot darker. It's good. Oh my god, they do not stand on these corks at all. I'm going to move the Crocs to a proper painting handle because he's a little bit too heavy for these. Always in awe of the brush control. Yeah, thank you. Okay, does not fit in that one. Another one. This is actually quite gummed up, so clean that up. This might not work as a blue. I'm gonna try it. It's a really good blue color combo. It's Night Lords into Thunderhawk, but it's very like pastel blue. Which, in my mind, is what I'm after, but I don't know if in practice it'll work well for lizards. So we're just going to give it a shot. No practice models here. And again, the blue oil we're using is going to give it some like saturation anyway, so desaturated blue is totally fine. Yeah, I think this is good. What I'm after. We'll just brighten up a little bit. Do some color correction real quick. It's tricky to get the right look, especially the light changes throughout the day. Where's the main? Yeah, that's what I want. No. Reset. Abort. Do not touch that slider, Ben. I'm gonna get it as close as it looks to real life, really. Look at one of these. Kind of there. Ooh, that does help. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty much spot on. Makes my skin look a bit weird. It makes the model look pretty cool. Touch the freaking brightness slider again. There you go. That's what it is. That's making my skin look weird. Set that back at default. Gamma. Okay. I mean, no, we need to. Okay, I'm just gonna stick it there. That seems good. Seems good. Afternoon, Mike. How's it going? It's going very well. How's your bank holiday Monday going? If you're in the UK, at least. Yeah, no, it's going well. Painting up the championship lizards. They're gonna be featured on our streams in June. Battling out with the other teams. I don't know if we've announced what teams are in it, but gnomes are definitely there. Yeah. Not too bad, just having a lazy day. Yeah, it's a perfect day. Perfect day for that. So I thought I'd do some streaming. If people are having a chill painting day, it's always nice to paint along with people, isn't it? Right. So yeah, these skinks are going to be bright, as in kind of white. I think I'm going to base them with Thousand Suns blue. And then the chameleons are going to be orange. Him and OWA make an appearance, not had any chance to watch the games. Well, you might be in luck. I think they're a really interesting team. I think they need work. Like, some stuff needs changing on them, I think. But I think by design they're quite interesting. I can guarantee though we're gonna forget armbar. Sometimes wild how many mistakes we make on stream games. It's like, I look back on stuff like the last Corn Gnome game, like my turn 16, I was just like, I think I moved the stunned player, I forgot to scatter the ball after I took out the player. And it's just like, but none of us caught it. Like at the time, you're just so in the zone. It's easily done. We're gonna try and minimize that though. But do point them out in comments if you see it happen. Encourages us to pay better attention. The idea of AWA team skills just don't grab me. Yeah, that's what I mean with like the design. I think they just need some stuff. It's like playing a human team, but without the things that make human teams good. And I think they can still do really well in the right hands, like, and in the right skill set in a tournament as well. They can be quite devastating. So you usually get a generous skill package. Recently had a team tournament where one of the players took an OWA list with Morg, and it was basically just like all the dwarves. I think they had like Trog Slayer and the Thrower, I think Human Thrower, and a Halfling, the Dave Morg from like a turn 8 Vicious Ref. But other than that, it was basically bare bones just to bring Morg along, and it was actually horrible because you could just stack guard in loads of places. Being a completely immovable wall. And while you're trying to break through it, Morg is there just rushing things. It's actually pretty good. Loads of Beachhead for getting Eye of rerolls. Raw human, oh god. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I think it's like, it's almost the beauty of tabletop, I think, that you can you can sort of just enjoy it and the errors don't really break anything, because sometimes I find it's less enjoyable when you can't take back stuff that's kind of obvious, like in Fumble. Like doing a pass action. Like allowing for errors kind of opens up the game a bit. In terms of like, I don't know how to phrase this, but it's like, it's not like it just makes it less strict and more enjoyable, I think. When you be like, oh yeah, no, you're right. Yeah. Can't do that. Makes for a good talking point. Yeah, exactly. Tells a story. I thought that ending of the Corn Gnome game, even with the mistakes, just made for kind of a hype ending. So, and it's like, it's a game of Blood Bowl. Like, who cares? There's no stakes. We're just playing a fun game on stream between friends. Like, the goal of the game was to have a fun game. We had a fun game. And the tournament's a bit different. But, I don't think it's that different. It's only different if it's, like, maliciously trying to stop other people having a good time. That's why I like RPGs and stuff, because it's like, you can just do stuff, like tabletop RPGs, as opposed to, like, what you get, like, awesome video game RPGs, you know, like Baldur's Gate and stuff. Like, playing it's never really the same as playing a good tabletop one, where you can literally just do anything, like, and I much prefer GMs which don't pick like the rule book and be just like, oh, you can't do that, it's not in the rules, or this is how the rules dictate combat and stuff. I'd much rather just be like, what do you want to do, and then the rules be like the foundation to like explore that, rather than being no, it's more just like, what's the best way of doing it. Which is cool. And yeah, prefer silly games over sweaty ones. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, you had rerolls spares, so it seems like you could have rolled into the power if needed. Yeah, exactly. And I think I just needed a push anyway to have the squares. Or I could have moved the box around the assist and then dodged in for the blitz, which would have been like, I think 2 extra dodges with rerolls, but that would have been 2 dice as well. Yeah, it wasn't really a problem. Having a somewhat permissive GM gives you so much freedom of action. Yeah, exactly. It's like a pet hate of mine, as people in RPGs being like obsessing with like the rules of combat. Like, it's something that's quite good about Theatre of the Mind stuff in D&D rather than like grid stuff. It encourages people to just sort of like be a bit creative. Like, don't look at your available actions. Think about what you could do, and we'll work it out after you've thought about it, like within reason. I mean, your level 3 character probably isn't going to do like a triple backflip into a like Super Saiyan charge up, but you know, it makes people encourage like the bribing with attacks. Like, if you're like, I want to like duck under his blow and thrust my sword into his like chest or something, it's like, cool, and then you make the attack roll as normal, but you never really say attack roll, you just talk about what you're doing, and the rolls help the story flow through, and yeah, that's what I like. It's a rule of cool. If it's a cool idea, it makes the story better, and it can be done regardless of rules. Yeah, exactly. Rule of cool is what allows million to one shots to work 9 times out of 10. To paraphrase Terry P. Oh, is that a thing? Is that a Terry Pratchett quote? I'm very sorry, I haven't. I'm a Terry Pratchett noob, but I like that. I feel like there's always a Terry Pratchett quote. Used to GM White Wolf Storyteller series games like Vampire the Masquerade. I had to play with stand up and mime out actions. We then had to figure out how to represent it within. That's actually awesome. Like charades. Vampire is one I really want to play a tabletop game with. At the Masquerade. I think that'd be so fun. I played the video game I guess years and years ago. Really enjoyed it. I think tabletop would be so cool. My proper like crime RPG. So cool. Is this your Lizard team playing for someone else? This is for the championship, so kind of yes and no. It's gonna be on our Bonehead Championship series, which is starting next week. He's one of the participating teams, the Korgar Carnivores. Hi, Apocryph Gaming. Need to be beer, my friend who's been playing for years, mentored me in my first ever tabletop session. I had a blast. Lizardmen are my favorites too. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a good game. Are you coming from a wargaming background? Or are you you new to tabletop in general? Not sure about the current version of Vampire, but the 20th anniversary edition was great. I see. I don't really know the differences. Anyone a fan of Fallout Wasteland Warfare? I'm finding it very enjoyable at the moment. Mid-campaign with some friends on a narrative jaunt across the wasteland. That's cool. There's got some really nice models as well, right? I remember using a couple of them for little D&D projects. D&D background, vague interest in 40k, but BB really pulls more. Yeah. No, it's an accessible game. Like there's like minimal buy-in, like barely anything. But the game is just so deep and so replayable. I think the trouble with 40k is like I love wargame stuff. I love wargames with a spectacle. But the trouble of actually doing them is like you build your army. It's a massive money investment, massive time investment. And you like that's your army. And it's really hard to sort of like deviate from it. And it's really fun to like have your army and like build changes around it, get new units, mix it up a bit, tailor lists. But like that has to become like your thing. It's hard to sort of like dip in and try new things with Blood Bowl. It's like, this is like my Lizardman team. I've run a league with them. I want to do another team next. And it's like, cool, that's like 30 quid in a weekend. And then you've got a new experience. I think it's very cool. I'll let you dub with the rather it didn't exist though, just my opinion from the outside looking in, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think there is a part of that. I think that the support seems almost reluctant. Like the teams they make are really nice. But it seems like it's very much like their side project. There's not, you don't sort of get the feeling of like they're proud of it almost. Like, you know, they're going to headline 40k and to an extent, Age of Sigmar, I think they've kind of toned down a bit, but that's going to be their flagship. They get so much more money out of that, obviously. It's kind of a bit of a shame because I think they underestimate how big Blood Bowl is. Like, wasn't it a thing with like the World Cup was like one of the biggest wargaming tournaments like ever? Like all wargaming. It's mad. You know, GW teams, they don't have a good piece to use to give a Necro Werewolf a tail. Oh yeah, they don't have them, do they? Ooh. Do you have Orcs? Because I don't know, but the hair things that you get on Orcs could actually be really good. Snip that off and stick it on. There might be a way of doing that. Hey Austin, good morning. I don't know if you can slightly see Austin, but in shot, just out of shot, I have some models here with their bases now dry, ready to smash out this week. So expect some updates, and I'll be streaming them as well throughout this week. So maybe tomorrow, Wednesday, maybe Thursday. Be doing some maybe not tomorrow. It's going to take a little while to like get them base code. So that is actually interesting for a stream. Maybe Wednesday, Thursday, be getting them on stream. Painting my team later this week. I'm told painting them red is some sort of crime, so imagine painting my chameleons. Retina burn yellow would be right. Why is red lizards a crime? I haven't heard that. I think red lizards look awesome. I think there's some like official GW art with red lizards. Deleted message. Why is that deleted? I'm gonna undelete that. Can I undelete that? Sorry, Mike Jones, if you put in, you've said paint some gnomes. I did paint some gnomes. Sadly, that video didn't get uploaded because it was over 12 hours long. It was over 12 hours long twice, I think. Wolf-tailed talisman from Space Wolf player, but they look too small. Yeah, I think that orc head would be pretty good. If in your next order that I send back to you, I'll chuck in some orc squig hair squigs. Can't believe I noticed they don't have tails. I knew something was off, but never noticed. Now I can't help but know. Yeah, I completely forgot that as well. They look better with them. Anyway, let's do the chameleon skin's orange so no one gets confused. Man, I always forget how good this orange is. This is the one I use on the gnome team. Mike Jones has said some, not all. That's why Nightbot deleted it. Like, we don't do half measures here. These are so matte. These paints, these Chimera paints. Incredibly matte. Are these Grebo lizards? No, these are Waia Games. So just there. They're really good. Like, they're really, really good. I sit down to paint up doing some bank holiday cleaning. Very nice. Yeah, I did some earlier. Always makes you feel better. Looking at Griever Necromals just yesterday, maybe a future breathtage. I would do them. And I'm sure I'd love doing them. But personally, they are not my favourite team. Can anyone tell you how you use Treasury for inducements? In some cases it lets me, but in others I can't. God, I always forget these rules. I think you can only use it if you're the underdog, right? Or is it you can only use Treasury if your opponent has used Treasury? Oh god, I don't know. Someone in chat, please help. I know some tabletop leagues just like don't let you do it. Like the tournament or the league commissioner will be like, we're not using this rule. I need to highlight the skinks now. I can go for like a Nylac Oxide. No, that won't look good. That will not look good. I think lower CTV can, yeah. You can use Treasury with the higher TV, so your opponent gets more petty cash. That might be it. Yeah, I think that's it actually. So like if you're the overdog, you can use your Treasury, but then it gives your opponent more inducements as well. And they don't have to use their Treasury for it. I think that makes sense. You used to be able to buy them, but your opponent also gets the same money in 2020. You can only have them if you have the lowest TV, and then... Right, okay. Yeah, I think the idea, Mike, is like you can't... Like, the person with the highest CTV kind of dictates the value for that game. So if they're using their Treasury, it's just going to give you more petty cash, but you don't have to use your Treasury, if that makes sense. Is that the idea? Otherwise it'll kind of endlessly spiral. Yeah, I'd have to look it up. I think they FAQ'd it as well at some point. But I always forget how these league rules, because these league rules work, because I rarely play League anymore, and when we do, it doesn't often come up. Both teams can, but the lower CTV will get more petty cash. Okay, so how does it work then? Is it like the higher goes first, spends Treasury, then the lower goes can spend Treasury and the petty cash, and then does that give petty cash then to the opponent? I don't know how it works. But surely the end result, both teams have to have the same CTV. Hey, Frantic Unicorn. Yeah, it's a difficult rule, Mike. It's like... It's not worded great. I think it would be really handy if they just... If they had like a really good bullet point breakdown. Like the exact order of things. Both teams can, then why can't? Why won't it let me swing Treasury? Do I have to switch from that? Is this on BB3 as well? If it's on BB3, it might just be like it's not implemented well. I'm just gonna update the chat in the stream. Yeah, there we go. Got little avatars in there now. Makes it look a little bit easier. This work. Let's not do that. Instead of 2016 to play the new stuff online, which from okay. So the player with the higher CT uses Treasury first, that allows the lower CT view more petty cash. Okay, that would make sense. So yeah, if you have more, you can use your Treasury, but then we're just going to give free money to the lower player. The lower player can never use the Treasury because they're only going to have to spend. They're only going to have to use petty cash. I think that makes sense. I think it's still a rule though on tabletop. You could you often see like not being used because I think it can spiral into a lot of like win more situations. And it's also a bit tricky because like inducing star players is way harder on tabletop because you need them. And if you are like organizing your game and you know the team value of your opponent, you kind of prepare that going in advance. Like you're just like, okay, I can bring this star player, or I can't bring this star player, and then you play the game and they induce some stars with their treasury that they've had in advance, and then you've now got to like prepare for that, and you end up taking stuff that you might not want because you don't have the models and things. So I've seen it just not be used a lot. Like you can't use treasury for inducements. I live in the US, so finding teams here is a real challenge. Heck, finding stores here is a real challenge right now. Yeah, Mike. I think Caron has that issue as well. Depending where you are in the States, it can be Hundreds of miles to the nearest one. I'm surprised teams are that scarce though. Like, I thought GW is usually pretty well stocked in the US, right? Some good 3D printed options as well. You obviously need to get a printer or know someone who has one. I think it's spluttering a bit. Needs a clean. It's the last little bit I need to do though. Actually, we'll do the we'll highlight the chameleons as well. Kind of a cheeky upper blue highlight actually on these guys. Just really subtle. Yeah. Blends them in with the skinks a little bit. The Thousand Suns and the Temple Guard are pretty similar colours, but I think that's fine. Not a big deal. Not like you're going to confuse a Saurus with a skink anytime soon. Still haven't gotten your gnomes. That's mad. Makes me feel a bit better about my orders though. Challenge with this physical game is all the stuff you have to track in a season telling you, yeah, the skill bands help with that, but you end up getting so many, you never have the bands for all of them, so you kind of just need to wing it. It's one of the drawbacks I think of Blood Bowl is the tracking. Yeah, I think one of the reasons BB3, like the games are so much faster, is because you don't have to track all those things. There's no like double checking, second guessing, taking back stuff, which is something I just kind of dislike. But yeah, yeah, the Walmart like loom bands are a good shout. I've got a box of them. I try to avoid using them when possible, but I always take a box of them with me for tournaments because you never know. And if your opponent doesn't have the skills marked, sometimes I do kind of ask like, we just wrap this around the base because it's going to really help me out, especially after my chameleon skinks fiasco. Charlie Victor ones are good, Mike. They are certainly uncheap, but they are tremendously nice. I think what's a good idea with the Charlie Victor ones is like buy the ones, if you've got like an upcoming tournament or something, like buy the ones you need, and then in future if you've got another upcoming tournament, buy the ones you need, and it's kind of like you you end up with a collection of like the most used ones, with just the right amount, because they are quite expensive. Recruit a couple of takeaways, you can get most of it for what we need for Trial Victor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hopefully, Aaron, the Bonehead store is going to get a bit of an upgrade as well. Because we have shared the load a bit. So Milton and I have taken a printer each. One of the large Saturn printers. Ben previously had 3. So now it's 3 of us have a printer. Ian is going to be doing admin and communication. So hopefully the comms with the shop shall be improved. Because essentially we've taken off the workload from Ben doing all of it, which is just a lot to do with the video making, with the child, with now he's back at work. That's kind of the idea, is that we're sharing the workload. It's all going to be improved. It's a lot less work individually for one person, and you can get more teams out there. Oh yeah, the Brute Fun Undead is good. I need to update the site actually. Got a lot more Brute Fun things to add. I got fungus stuff to add, and I'm also, it's like halfway done is my Star Player shop, which will be on Brush Tithe soon. So it would basically just be like all the Blood Bowl Star Players, fixed price, be like 95 quid for any Star Player. Painted, that is. Not unpainted. Because I've had a lot of requests. It's difficult to do with single models because there's an economy of scale with painting. Does do add a lot. Okay, this has been airbrush splattered to hell, but you know, it's a chameleon. It's fine. I just didn't want to clean the airbrush and then do one colour. 95 quid to clean the model? Yes, it does. Yes. So any Star Player, apart from, okay, there will be a caveat. Deep Root and like Scylla, like the big ones that are like 50 quid plus, they won't include it. But any Star Player with 95 is kind of the goal. Might change. It might change. That's just what it's on at the moment. After a few orders, you know, it needs to be need to make it work, because it is usually like a day work just to do a Star Player. But yeah. And it'll be 3D printed ones as well. So yeah, GW ones might end up being a bit more, just to factor in that cost, but I tend not to do that. I don't like to pass on the cost too much. Yeah, no, that's cool, Dave. That's good to know, actually. Yeah, that's in the progress right now. I'm just trying to get work done because I'm really behind. So I'm just trying to get projects finished. So I'm not in a huge rush to put that up, because even if you take to place an order, it's not going to arrive for quite a few months yet. Right, that's all the base coating airbrushing done. Now I need to oil wash it. So I'm going. Oh, hey Milton. You can you can chat with chat while I go get some tinfoil for my oil palette. And I'm going to top up my drink as well. Alright, I will be right back. Hello again. It's a nice day, so nice cider. Nothing beats a cider on a sunny day on a bank holiday. What have we got? Yeah, how are you doing, Milton? Because got your house move. Very busy. And did people generally super glue the base of the cork or use some other adhesive? What do you mean? Do you mean like here? Like what I'm doing? Because this is just a magnet. Yes, and Fumble next week, yeah. I'm running Vamps. I think both me and Karen are running Vamps. Which might end up being another Vamp off in the bottom 2 again. Which should be good fun. I was going to sit this one out, and then I remembered how much fun I had. And I thought it'd be a shame not to. And I haven't played the vampires yet, and I really want to, so good chance. And I just ripped this tinfoil in like 2 places, so kind of defeats the whole point. I'm just going to use these wells down here. Finally settled in, everything ready to go back to work tomorrow. Anything knocks up is hobby stuff. Need to go to IKEA. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's busy week. Don't forget you got a team to get painted on. Joining me here. That's fine. What roster have you gone for? I think I'm doing the I want 2 throwers, 2 runners, and a blitzer. Yeah. I've skipped the Varg. Oh, and Apo 3 rerolls, I think. I tend to do 4 rerolls without the Apo, but those runners' fragility scares me, so. Yeah, the hobby space upgrade is so good. Like me moving, when I moved here, it was just the best. Like this desk is huge. I think you can kind of tell on camera. But in my last house, I had such a tiny table. But here it's like I can keep my monitors really far back, and then I still have all of this white space. So it's just the best. The best. Hey HD, you still in Italy? Tuning in. The Tactics and Theatrics guys were in the Tillian Team Cup this weekend, and I think they did pretty well, right? Just on the train heading down the coast. Oh, that sounds amazing. Very jealous. Wish I could have been there. Yeah, I think I put in the chat. I did get to go to Slam Dunk on Saturday, which was actually really cool. So it did make up for it, which is good. Two throws, 2 blitzers, 8 thralls, 4 rerolls. Okay, cool. Yeah. No runner though. That's dicey. Yeah. Ooh. Let's see how this goes. Loving that blue, thank you, Ian. I was expecting you to concede 2 games early on. I don't concede. You'll be fine. The thing with Vamps is you can get an early advantage. You suffer late game, but if you can be 2-0 up, it's pretty good. Oh, right, I see. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll make it work. Oh, yeah, sorry, Mike. Yeah, 2 runners, 2 throwers in the Varg. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty solid. I went with the Blitzer only because they are a bit more durable than the Varg. And I think if you can get a strip ball Blitzer in League early on, it's pretty powerful. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. Also, I'm a bit salty. My Bloodspawn claws just didn't get many casualties last time, so I'm like, I've had it with big guys trying to get SPP. I give it to a Blitzer, at least they can kind of score. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. Sentry guns and an upcoming expansion book. What, for Blood Bowl? Some sentry guns. It's what the community's always wanted, right? Stationary defenses. Yeah, the Varg is awesome. I still think he's like one of, if not the best big guy in the game. Just from his reliability aspect. Like, yeah, he eats your team, but other big guys do that anyway. And this one you can kind of choose not to, so I just think he's really good. In a tournament especially, when you can like give him Mighty Blow and stuff. Very good. Or block, which is the more reasonable pick. Yeah, I think we are due the FAQ, aren't we? I wonder what they'd add in it. Are there any pressing questions? Yeah, that's true, the Master Chef. Very true. Ah, that's good. Yeah, we've got a national holiday here. I don't know if it's anything. Is it anything? Is there a reason we have this bank holiday? Or is it just one of the many that we get in like May, June? We get like 3 in a row and then nothing till October. I think it's also a school holiday this week. Boxers don't keep the ball after a touchdown. Yeah, okay. Alright. If they must, I think it would be much funnier. I can't believe that was like a serious debate though. that's like a classic Wargamer Facebook debate right there, isn't it? Well, as the rules are written, Fox never relinquishes the ball, so the game, in theory, never ends. I don't know, Garen. The all dwarves are dwarves, yeah. Players with the word dwarf in their profile are dwarves. That means hobgoblins are dwarves. Didn't they rewrite that? Didn't they write the FAQ and then also forget a dwarf or something, which is just like open up another can of worms. Yeah, dwarf star. That's right, everyone forgets the dwarf stars. Apart from, I think now, isn't it the white dwarf, where there's a really cheeky roster you can do with gnomes. You can dish out skills. Yeah, goblins are great, and they will be making an appearance in the championship, which is awesome. Goblins and gnomes. Maybe that's why we got a World of Warcraft named team here. Maybe Ben's a Secret Well fan. Goblins, gnomes, and Kargor. Or Korgar. Here's WoW, isn't it? Probably check that. It is. An orc outpost. There you go. Yeah, and Karen did do a phenomenal job with that kit bashing. Very good. It's really annoying, the GW one. I need to get the secret weapons. They've been out of stock for so long. Actually, I haven't checked. I was gonna do a nice little, you know, notify when available. However, it just didn't work. Classic GW website. So I have to manually check every time. But I am up in Nottingham soon, so I might swing by. Yep, I'm still out of stock. I did play a Goblin game at the NAF Championship, which was a great coach, and he had a really cool team. And then he did the age-old mistake of saying, "What's the worst that could happen?" and then threw a bomb, and it took out 2 of his players. He got a wildly inaccurate. Which happened to go in the 1 in 8 direction, and then like the 50% of the D6 results that hit his own guys. And yeah, pretty unfortunate. It's like he said in hindsight that he actually could have re-rolled it, but I think it was arguably worse with the re-roll because it wasn't like a crucial target that he had to throw. And he could have got a fumble, which would have been technically worse. And because the wildly inaccurate was so unlikely, like to go in that direction, that many squares, yeah. So it was just unfortunate. Yeah, wildly inaccurate is really annoying. Yeah, I think it stunned the troll and removed 2 of his goblins. It was kind of very sad. Yeah, it's nice juicy chainsaw targets there. Especially Amazons. You know, blodging Amazons are the most fun things to chainsaw. Oh, the music stopped. I just realised. Okay. What genre are we doing? It's a hot day. It's a nice tropical house. Not country. Let's not do that again. I'm just glad last time we did country it wasn't the racist country kind. We dodged bullets. Revamp. Yeah, no, me too. I haven't had a chance to use them yet. They look really good. If not just really fun. Like, it's a playstyle of Blood Bowl that I really enjoy that would be a nice break from Khorne. Just being able to pull off nonsense, which, you know, I find I gel most with the teams that have like a real stretch play. Basically, if you can pass the ball and move a player pretty quick. I generally enjoy that more. Yeah, this mad lad Bryden's running 2 blitzers. He's asking for trouble. Vampire's Core and Stunning's very good, yeah. All very cool teams. I still like Khorne as like one of the more interesting bashy teams. Like it's like, yeah, they have the bash play style and not much else, but it's like it's in a different way that other teams don't do. It's kind of why I like them. It's like if you're Orcs, you're playing Orcs, which is great, and like they have a clear like Orcs do the bash as perfectly as you want it to do, as you want it to go, but it's just pretty similar each time. Nurgle flings vamps and ogres, nice. Yeah, Nurgle are kind of like that as well. Like they do just bash, but it's in a different way, and it's a lot more of a challenge. That's kind of like more of a puzzle for you to work out, which I think is quite satisfying. And Nurgle, when played well, are actually not to be sniffed at. Like they are really quite challenging in the hands of a good player. And I always underestimate tentacles as well. Like starting with a tentacles player can be just so annoying, especially as someone who likes to play elves and Skaven and stuff. Like that just logs you down. How long does the oil wash typically take to dry? Quite a while, but I'm going to be removing a lot of it, and it should be enough that I can kind of just varnish over it and carry on. Like it won't be dry, but it'll be dry enough, and that's fine. Like if it's a thin layer, which this is, it's not too bad. But it is usually hours before it's fully dry. If not days, to be fair. To be fully dry, days. You can still work around it. It's just you don't want to varnish it when it's wet. You'll just spray it everywhere. But yeah, it's a nice blue brine and some Prussian blue oil. It's like your standard painter's blue, but it just works so well for lizards. And because oil, I was going to use the contrast blue, which is a similar color, but that will stain it. Whereas here, I do want the slightly different hues to come through, which the oil should let me do. Okay. I'm going to try and mix an orange. I don't have an orange oil. I'm going to try and make one. But if it backfires, if it doesn't go to plan, I'll just do brown. It's fine. Yeah, oils are nice. I think they're not like, they're not the most intuitive paints to use, and it's a very different style of painting to what you sort of traditionally learn, but they do open up a lot, and they're very effective at what they do, which is really nicely toned recesses with without staining. It's a really rich color. The blend you get is really smooth on them. It's not very orange. I see, that's more orange. Yeah, there we go. Need a more yellow. I should probably show what I'm mixing on the palette. There you go. Yeah, I've done a, was it cadmium yellow? Yeah, magenta. Go on, get all that excess. Be a bit darker, but I'll add some brown in. I think that's good. Three fanatics against three ball and chain against renegades, yeah. That's asking for a big guy just to take a pop at them. There's barely any gradient on this. It's alright. Maybe I just do the brown. That'll do. Games get these finished today. Probably not. I want to. I probably won't finish them on stream if I do, just because I want to go and spend some time with my partner at some point. But I reckon I'll come back to them later and try and get them done. Thing is, I want to get them done today because I want to free up the week to work. And I'm busy the weekend. And the championship starts on Monday, so that needs to be today. So we shall see. We shall see. Right. Colourful looking oil palette. Gotta say. Look at that. I'm going to move this very carefully. Not another 24-hour stream, no. No. No, I don't think we will carry on because I don't deliver on bank holidays. So it should be tomorrow. Zakiro, yes, they are skinks. Right. I've never understood either, to be fair. It's just what we call national holidays that aren't an event. What is the origin, actually, for cleverer people in chat? Because I know it's like the banks close, but I guess it just takes a nation with the entire, like, whose economy is entirely built on financial services to call their national holidays bank holidays, right? Yeah. It's like, they say bank is closed, so everything's closed. It's like, but banks are never open anyway, right? It's like, who goes to the bank? Needs updating. I need like a Zoomer term. Go for like a Giat holiday or something. I'm not so young, mate. I'm basically 30. Yeah, Memorial Day, right? Very American, isn't it? Let's give thanks by obliterating each other in a shopping mall. Bank holidays were first introduced by a man named Sir John Lubbock, who was a scientific writer, banker and politician, and the first Baron on Avebury. In 1971, he drafted the Bank Holiday Bill. When it became law, he created the first official bank holidays. Initially, it was just banks and financial buildings that were closed, which is where the name comes from. I love how that first paragraph, I couldn't tell if it was real or not. I love English so much. Sir John Lubbock, the first Baron of Avebury. Oh, I love it. That is interesting. Makes you proud. Sure. I'm so proud of our barons. Oh, I'm not doing any of this on camera. I shifted. Moved my box of eyeshadow applicators. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Quite happy with that. When all the other details are on here, they're going to look sweet. Just that's a before and after. Taking off the oil. Just makes it smoother, neater. It's nice. And to answer the earlier question, this will dry a lot faster now. Just removed most of it. Looking forward to them get blown to bits in the championship. Well, hopefully not. They are lizards. They tend to stick around. We did have this chat in our group chat earlier, though, or yesterday when I was building them. I said, like, how many skinks will we need? Because I'm doing 8 here, I think. 7. 7 skinks and 2 chameleons, which is like the full lot. I think we're starting with 5. It's like you never get more than that, really, because lizards don't die, and when they do, you've probably already amassed enough cash to get another one. They're not that expensive, are they? Like 80k, 85. So like, by the time you're getting journeymen, you probably have like just journeyman skinks anyway, right? All your rostered ones are probably dead anyway, and yeah. You need to play as Danish Open 8th, 9th June, close to Copenhagen. Yeah, I was actually going to go to that. However, it's financially been a difficult year. But I did make up for it for going to Copenhagen earlier in the year with my partner, which was awesome, actually. Went to Copenhagen, Aarhus. Had a great time. Lovely place. But yeah, I've heard the Danish Open is really good, so it's a shame. But it'd be good because I think we played 3 Danish teams at the World Cup, so it would have been good to meet them again. Tournament along the year, but Jacob and Jens have really improved the event. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, maybe next year. Hopefully next year. Like, I was supposed to be going to Italy this weekend as well with the guys, but sadly had to dip out of that one too. The international event's always the best. It's just awesome. Something about playing with like people from other nations. It just shows like it's like it perfectly encapsulates what's awesome about bringing people together with the hobby and stuff. It's just I love it, absolutely love it. It's a great way to see a new place, like spend some time in a new city. Very cool. Definitely want to do one stateside at some point, maybe like the LVO or something. Adepticon is somewhere I really want to. That's one I really want to do, just for Adepticon. Wait, 3 Saurus died in the first game. Okay. Might need more than more than 7 skinks then. That basically takes you out of the competition, right? You lose 3 Saurus in game 1. Like, how do you get back from that? They got pretty bad stars. Actually, to be fair, I think lizards are quite. They're quite forgiving. Like, because skinks are so good. Like, they really are. They shouldn't count as stunty players because of how much better they are. Yeah. Both times to Canada for Karen, yeah. Yeah, that's like 12 miles. And Bryden, yeah, your country, yeah. Oh, do you mean US, not England? I thought you meant England. Oh, you went to Nottingham 2003, 2008. Nice. Yeah, Nottingham's great. It's like the mecca of wargaming, I feel. Feels like everything goes on there. You got like Mantic there. All the events are there. It's really good for the UK because it's pretty central. Except Scotland. Pretty good for England. I remember Tyranids used to take our money. Oh god, that's like an old sketch, right? What's that from? Where he's like, that's legal tender, that is. What is that from? Ooh, Vietnam and Thailand. Yeah, nice. Love Thailand. Went there a couple of years ago now. Post my now fiance. And it was just an awesome place. We went all over. Went to a small island called Koh Yao Noi, which was just so picturesque and so quiet, away from like the really heavily tourist zones, which was awesome. But Chiang Mai was probably my favorite. That's a very, very cool city. Love to go to Nottingham this fall and play Seven's Day before going to London and see Vikings versus Jets. Yeah. I think Ben's going to that actually. See the Jets. Why are they playing in Wembley again? In London? I didn't know the reason for that. Like, is it just like a showcase match? What is it? Is it wanted a day out in London? You need to understand, I do not watch sports, let alone sports not in this country. Oh, okay. Guess it gets like international interest, right? Yeah. That's cool though. Yeah, it's pretty easy to get to London from Nottingham. The Midlands is pretty well connected to London. If you do travel to the UK as well, book all your trains in advance. Like, definitely book them in advance. Like, I'm talking like 4 weeks, 5 weeks plus in advance. Just, it's so much cheaper. Day train tickets are an absolute scam in this country. Yeah, the trams in Nottingham are really good. Even the buses too. Like, something really surprised me when I went there recently was the just the public transport works, which is really rare for this country. It's something I did appreciate in Copenhagen was how good the public transport is. Because the metro is pretty new there, right? It was really good and really cheap. And then there was like a direct train to Aarhus, which was just also pretty cheap, like really cheap. Booked in advance. It's like a 3-hour train journey on the cleanest, most comfortable train I've seen in comparison. Well, nothing beats the Netherlands, but yeah, one of. And it's like £15. In the UK, that'll be like 120. And the train will be like full of piss. Yeah, I know, right, Bryden? It's just, it's nutty. Like, we've done it so wrong here. God bless private rail, right? Yeah. Yeah, the orange tickets. Yeah, that's exactly what I got. Like a DSB orange thing. Copenhagen to Aarhus. It was like 119 krona. It was great. It was 100% an orange ticket. I looked that up in advance. I saw on the day it's like 4 or 5 times the price, yeah. British tourist boat rep. It isn't wrong. Anyone voted? Oh, tourist board rep. Yeah, yeah. The tourist board. Come to the UK where our public transport smells like urine. Enjoy. Don't get me wrong, I use trains wherever possible. I like taking the train. It's just unfortunate how badly it's handled here. When it's like there's a shining example like 100 miles away of like really good infrastructure. It's just like, you don't have to come up with anything new, just copy and paste what they've done. Yeah, I think public transport, when you've got, you know, it would only be used by about 5 people, and that's in a year. It kind of makes sense. But I don't think that's always the that's like, even in US states, right, or US cities, I find the reliance on cars astonishing. It's like you all built your cities to be like a car park. Like every building needs its own massive car park, and then you've ended up with a city where you have to drive everywhere. And the roads are congested. But then even when you get to your destination, you can't go anywhere else because the whole place is a car park. Hey, Bryden, I've seen some Scottish islands that you need to get on a plane, so the bus seems pretty reasonable. It's Orkney Islands, right? Yeah, the freedom thing, yeah. It's so silly. It's not that... I don't find being stuck in traffic particularly free. That being said, driving on the like interstate roads does seem pretty cool. I think I'd enjoy that. It's just within the cities that I find is astonishing. I get like on the roads between like the country roads and things, but yeah, it's more like LA or Seattle or something. Further north. Sorry. Shetland, yeah, of course. All blends together. I've only been as far as Glasgow, so I can't tell you much. We've done Portsmouth, Stonehenge, and Bovington, and of course my best mate. Yeah, and so my best mate. Yeah, Bovington is awesome. It's I played against an American guy from Oregon, Portland, at NAF Championship, and he was like, I think he did the same thing. He said we went to the Navy Museum in Portsmouth, and then Tank Museum, Bovington, and then NAF Championship. Because they are great. Both are really good to see. Like the I love the ships at Portsmouth. Is there a Crocs, Karen? Yes, the dark blue one is the Crocs. Just a little size comparison. Notably larger. Very hench lad. Yeah, I would like to visit some of these islands. They do seem nice. Seems like quite a good affordable holiday idea, to be fair. Like camping trip, because that's actually something Scotland do well, right? So you can camp. Can't camp in the UK, or you can get a campsites, but wild camping, I mean. Yeah, I'd love to do some wild camping in the Scottish Isles. YouTube didn't send a comment you made. I wonder if it got deleted. I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah, it might end up being... It's probably more than going to Europe, right? Thinking about it. Into UK travel is a fortune. Like, I got to Denmark for 30 quid, so... I don't think you can get from Southampton to Portsmouth for 30 quid. Sweden camping sounds really good. Getting off the island is the most bit about traveling. Yeah, that's mad. Must be nice though. Nice and peaceful life, right? As long as you're getting food and, you know, paying mortgage or rent or whatever. Or not. Even better. I think I've always preferred living in quieter areas. Like, I love cities. I just don't know if I could live in one. And this neighborhood's pretty good. It's quite quiet, but it's not far from cities, which is ideal. It's quite nice just to be able to sleep without the window open and just hit owls and things. It's really good. Real life calling. Cheers, Masad. Yeah, appreciate that. Enjoy the Danish Open. Yeah, I can imagine. Bit of a culture shock, right? Also, Karen, I missed that. I'm talking about lovely, peaceful Shetland, and you're like, oh yeah. It's grizzlies mauling people over here. I feel there's like a level of personal responsibility though, right? When it comes to attacks like that. Like, there are so many warnings about the wildlife and so many like tips about like if you really want to go, do this. It feels like it's something that's pretty avoidable. Like, it really sucks. And I'm really sorry for them, but you're sleeping next to bears. Oh wow. Bear bit into the can of bear spray. Oh, so he didn't die? Was he just heavily injured? Looks like he got lucky. Oh, isn't play dead like the thing you shouldn't do? I thought you meant to like look menacing, right? And spray him. Or is it the whole like black bear, brown bear rule or something? I don't know my bear rules because, you know, you don't really have to worry about it here. We wiped them out long ago. Okay. That's wild. Grizzlies are terrifying, man. It's sad because they look so cuddly. I think grizzlies actively hunt people. Like, do they see humans as prey? Or is it just like a defense thing? Like there with like the cubs. Was it more like protecting the cubs? Or was it like they see humans as that's dinner? Yeah, well. Ah, okay. That's right then. Okay, I think that's the oil done. I know these guys. Yeah, that makes sense. Put it in secure containers, right? Then don't smell. Yeah. Deeper tourists. Should just be like, you know, feeding season for the bears. Like, oh yes, summer. The tourists gonna come. You need the dumb ones. Okay, so I'm gonna matte varnish these now. And then probably dry brush them, actually. I think I'm gonna... I don't want to pick out all the scales. I want to get this team done quite quick. I don't normally dry brush, but I think it'll work. I'm not going to do it on the chameleons, though. They look good as is. Yeah, if I do that now, then I can just pick out all the details around it. Get the scales completely done. A combo of matte and satin. More matte, I do. The synergy you put into painting, which is a real ASMR experience. You're in Spain. That time after lunch where you relax is just perfect. Yeah. Oh, thank you. That's really kind. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your siesta while painting lizards, right? I think I said even on the last stream that we did, the long one. The siesta, like the invention of it, I think is one of mankind's greatest achievements. Like, whoever came up with, you know what's great? Have some lunch and then a 2-hour nap. Oh, it's perfect. And then make that like the cultural norm. Okay. If you take a few, missed the video. Yeah, that's true. I timed it pretty poorly, right? Okay, a matte satin blend. It's just a nice finish. So I find the matte can sometimes look a bit too matte. I think napping in school, that's a bit different, right? I used to be so afraid of falling asleep at school. Like, you have those days where you find yourself nodding off and you know you're visibly doing it. You're trying everything. Every fibre of your being is trying to stay awake. It used to be a genuine fear that I'd just fall asleep and everyone would laugh at me. So this is like partly for finish, what I'm doing the varnish here. Like part of it will give it like a nice matte. It's slightly more matte satin. It's not full matte. But this will more lock in the oil, which is still not fully dry, but this just means we can paint over it. I would normally gloss before doing all the oil, and then it also adds another layer of protection. There's a couple of areas in some of these models where I've pulled off the paint. It's no big deal. If it was a team I was selling, I would 100% gloss it and then do this, and then do another varnish at the end. But This is more of a speed job. I want to get it done. Yeah, you can see the arm there. Lost a bit of paint on the bicep. You're never going to notice that. Never been to sleep while at school or work. Yeah, I certainly have. There was a point I just fell asleep at my desk. To be fair, it was with medication that makes you drowsy, so I'm gonna blame that. Yeah, real life crocodile is a really good idea. I think real life animals in general is really cool. I've seen like the lot of Lizardmen teams painted with like real lizard types. One that went around the internet a little while back. The brute fun ones. Lost my jelly bean. I actually mentioned a little bit of personal hobby yesterday. Thought I had a couple of hours and I didn't want to start work project, and it's Sunday and I thought I shouldn't. But I did make a little bit more work on my Vargia Lord for Conquest. I think he's coming along quite nicely. And it's more of a dirtier paint. I want these guys to be really grubby. So I'm trying a more like dirty, but I plan to bring it up to be a little bit cleaner in some areas. But again, because this is an army, I'm going really fast on them. I think he's looking quite cool. I'm going to try and pick out some of these with like a fur texture, so it gives like a bright, loads of lines to make this like look like a fur. But yeah, I think he's on a cool base and stuff. So got some games in at that the other weekend. Some Conquest games in. It was such a good game. Absolutely love it. Actually, if I have some of this varnish left, I think I'm just going to use it on that because it needs a varnish. So, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, so the skinks ended up looking almost exactly like the Saurus, which wasn't really the plan, but that's where we're going with now, you know, as Bob Ross would say. No mistakes. The Crocs looks darker, and I think that's the more important one, because he is the one that might look a bit like a Saurus on the camera. Like, he is bigger, but top down doesn't look that much bigger. The skinks are very clear skinks. Oh, nice, nice. I'm glad the varnish worked. It's exactly what we're using here. Yeah, there's cheeky little varnish on the Vargia Lord here. This is not part of the Lizardman team. It does show how much bigger these models are, like, holy crap. Like, this is a Saurus. So good. These are 38mm scale, if anyone was wondering. Might end up adding some Blood Bowl transfers onto this guy, actually. On his shorts, use some of the Norse team ones, because I'm using them across the army anyway, because they are Vikings. It's really handy to have those like smaller patterns. You can kind of do like repeated patterns on cloaks and things. Looks really good. Yeah, Tyranid Lizardman team would work amazing. I mean, it's just easy, right? You got warriors and you got gaunts, and it's kind of what you want. And then like a Tyranid Prime for the Crocs, or a Hive Tyrant or something. Hive Tyrant might be a bit big. Cool. Dry brush time now. I'm gonna use Blue Horror. Really awesome highlight for anything blue. Nice big dry brush. Death Leap is actually a really good idea. Yeah, that is a really good idea. Like, he's skinnier, but the warriors are already kind of skinny, so I think it should work. I should come in what the new Death Leaper looks like. Oh yeah, he's great. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, I thought the winged Prime from the new starter set, winged Tyranid Prime, would be pretty good as the Crocs, because he's like a bit bigger than the Warriors, and I think he fits on a 40 as well. Oh no, that might be a 50 actually, looking at it. And I think they rebased the Warriors to be on 50 as well, but they fit on 40 because they always did. Yeah, the new Tyranid range is so good. So good. They absolutely smashed it, I think. It does make me kind of want them. New Deathleap have a skirt. Oh no, I'm not going to be able to unsee this, am I? Yeah, he kind of does. Yeah, he totally does. It's like a cloak, isn't it? That's quite weird in an organic model, actually, thinking about it. But yeah, now I can't unsee it, so thanks. Bit heavy on the old dry brushing here. Take a bit more of that off. Yeah, they are very mind playery, aren't they? I think they do kind of convey that, actually. Like, even with the skirt, it conveys that kind of, like, intelligence, right? Which Death Leaper always kind of had. Like, all the lictors did. Sort of like a heightened intelligence of, like... Not the mindless hive mind stuff from before, but... Yeah, dry brushing really is. I don't do it nearly as much as I should, I think. Like, I tend not to, just because the style that I tend to paint in and sell teams with is more like clean and that. But for some textures like this, it's just so good, isn't it? And it is smooth. Especially if you get a nice big one like this. Meta chasing orcs. Yeah. The new codex is cool though. Like, I mean, like, that's my army, and they've added the rules for speed freaks back, so they've made them really interesting. And that's like all my orcs are like speed freaks. Like, I've got 18 war bikes and all the buggies. I was, before I like started focusing more on Blood Bowl and like Rush Tide, I was working on a Dread mob list, and there's rules for that as well, so that's cool. I've got I think 9 kilocans, 3 Death Dreads, Orknaut. Yeah, I find all the mechanical stuff and all the fast stuff really fun. Yeah, these are good. They sell, like, Artist Opus sell them really expensive. I bought these from Temu, and I think each they're about 40p. So, would recommend getting them in bulk from eBay or Temu or something. Just makeup brushes. They're just so good. Because the thing with the dry brush as well is it's like, it's very limited use. They, like, even if you clean it, eventually it starts losing effect and going crispy, and doesn't have the soft application that it always does when it starts off with. And no, it's nice when you can buy it cheap. Oh yeah, the Dackager is so good. My Dackager unfortunately has suffered a lot of damage. It's been broken twice. It's a bit of a shame. However, sticking the tail back on 2 different ways has only made it look more rooky, so gets away with it. I think you will. I'm sure you'll find time at some point. Even if it's in a few years. That's like why this hobby is awesome. Doesn't really matter. Pile of potential, not pile of shame, right? That's also one of the reasons I like projects like one-page rules, because even if stuff gets updated or removed from core games like 40k, it's like, well, you can play this kind of better game with all those old kits that you had, and just call it Warhammer. Like while you're playing it, it's like, here's a foundation, because it's ultimately, right, you're not. Most people, I feel, play games because they want to put their models on the table and have a fun time with friends. And I always feel the game is secondary to that. Like, if you're in a tournament, like the game is kind of like, you're there for the game a lot of the time. But most games aren't played like that. And so I often feel like I don't really care what game I'm playing as long as I'm playing a game and it's fun. Like, my favourite war game is the one that my friends are playing. That's usually always what it is. Yeah, exactly. The social aspect is like so good. It's so easy to just not see people and interact with new people, especially now. But you know, this hobby is awesome for that. Well, I love Blood Bowl tournaments. Like, you go and you see so many people, and often it's the same people, often it's different people, and it's nice every single time. Like to see those groups that you don't really see outside of those events. And losing interest in the game of 40k, yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like the game of 40k. Even like for me, I love 40k. The game is just I've barely looked at it. Like the new Codex Miami came out months ago, or weeks ago, I guess, and I've only briefly looked at it. Like I know there's new rules for Speed Freaks, but I couldn't tell you what they are. But it doesn't really matter because I love my Orcs, and if I get time, I will go back and paint more of them. And it doesn't really matter that what state the game is in, because I know whatever state it's in, I'll probably play it, and if not, I'll play one-page rules. I've got a friend who visits who moved to San Francisco, and we have a game every year, and we're moving to one-page rules now because it's like every time he visits, it's a new rule, a new set of rules that we have to like relearn. But why bother when we're really just meeting up? We're using the game as an excuse to meet up every year, have a game, hang out, chat, catch up. He runs his Imperial Guard, I run my Orcs. Used to be obscene because he used to always have a Yarrick, and Yarrick used to just... Yarrick basically gave a buff to everything, to reroll everything against Orcs, and it was always like, here we go again. But I definitely remember when last game, well, I think it was the game before they took Yarrick out, like the edition before they took Yarrick out. The final game, I made it a mission to kill Yarrick, so I threw everything I could at just killing Yarrick, and my win condition for the game was basically, I win if Yarrick is dead. It was good. It's good fun. Radio contest for just for the 9th ed range. What? That's so cool. $1,200 in store credit. That's so good. Got tired of Nami not being usable once new. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I feel like if you're able to detach from the game of 40k, I feel it just suddenly opens up more options. That's why I really value one-page rules as a system for just existing, because I think it just validates a lot of things. Like, I've got so many custom Orc models. Like, I made a full big mech on Warbike that I love. I'm so proud of it. It's got like, it uses the the front of War Bike. It's a regular like knob biker body, but with kit bash like a mech head on it. Use a different arm, and but I then I cut the back of the War Bike off and modded on one of the what's it called? It's one of those terrain bits that had like the crane on, and it's got that on the back of it, so it's like quite bulky. And then I modded a killer can arm to hold a shock attack gun, so it's got like a pivoting shock attack gun on the back of it. It's so sick. I love it. But then it's like, oh yeah, no, Big Mechs can't use War Bikes, and you must use the Big Mechs loadout that's in the box we sell. And I'm just like, nah, mate, I'm gonna play one-page rules where I can give my Big Mech a War Bike, I can give him a shock attack gun, I can add all this stuff on, and use my cool model that I love. And now, that's way more fun. Hey, don't start that, Kara. People got way too upset about that. Yeah, that's what I mean. I love the 40k settings. Like, I treat one-page rules as just evergreen 40k rules. Yeah, I love the hypocrisy of 40k lore people of all lore being protective about it, like, not changing. It's like, Jesus. Have you seen any 40k lore? So stupid. The game was set about a rainbow model. My god. Wait till you hear about, like, god, I bet they lose their minds when they read that, like, Space Marines are transhuman, right? That must make them go crazy. Take a look. I'm gonna look on my phone because I'm logged in on Discord here. I'll do it on my phone. That's so good. What, people got upset about that? What the hell? That's really good as well. It's like painted amazingly. Was that a wasn't Louise Sugden did that, right? I know she often paints like that, like really bright colours and things. Rainbow Warriors chapter. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Any rules you like to use? Stargrade's the game that encouraged me to go in for most. Yeah, exactly. That was it. Yeah, like I think Games Workshop models are just amazing. Often their rules can be, you know, improved. How if you touch the miniatures to champagne corks? I mean, how do you get them to spin? Oh, yeah, no, that's okay. Simply magnets. So I've got a magnet on the base, magnet on the cork. Like this is inset to the cork, so like I cut grooves and then pushed it in and then glued it to get it to stay in. And then, yeah, it's just on a magnet so I can spin them around. I don't normally have them so offset, it's just because I'm using up GW slotter bases that I had loads spare. But when it's on like, usually I have them on like these painting bases that I just attach and reattach models to. When these are set on, I can just easily spin it like this. Super handy. And I will pretend they're champagne corks as well. I will pretend I'm bougie enough to have many champagnes. Yeah, no worries. It's super handy. Oh, I think we're... Oh, no, now we're doing cloth. Back to the airbrush. Oh, shoot. Yeah, Brian. I don't want politics in my deeply political fantasy realm. True. GW price is 40k and AOS crazy. You can't get an army unless you pay like 600. Yeah, it's a lot. It's really a lot. I think 3D printing has really helped. So like for me with Conquest, like Conquest is also quite a pricey game to get models for, but I print all my characters because it's quite like it's rooted in fantasy and real world stuff. You can often find something that works, especially like Loot Studios are really good for it. So like a lot of my Viking leaders I'll print. It's like a Viking priest. You're pretty free with that. You just scale it appropriately. I also find the issue with Warhammer, like 40k and AOS, it's like everything they release now is a character. Like it's quite rare that they actually release like a new unit for an army. You'll be like, oh, here's a new character. It costs like £30. You're like, I don't want to spend that on just one figure and then have to paint it. It's a problem, but I think it can. I think it's becoming a bit better with printing. Yeah, I do really appreciate that, Karen. Like, again, very good painter, but I really appreciate the support. As has been super good so far. Right, orange. They've got these little loincloths, and that's what I'm going to do here. Seems like it goes onto the belt as well, so this is going to require a little bit of precision. But any overspray, I'm going to cover up. Just black. I'm just going to do a black shadow wherever I overspray it. Yep, like that. That's a bit too much. That one's a Control Z situation. That's fine. Oh, that's really cool. The Lumineth. So when you have the army together, it looks like it's all cohesive. That's a really good idea. I didn't know that. Oh, it's their feathers. Need to do feathers as well. Nope. Oh, that's going to be gold. Oh. I find it's a mixed bag, Bryden. I think there are some decisions they make, corporate decisions, which I think are absolutely worth criticizing. But I think the one thing they consistently do well is make really good models, so it's weird to bash GW models a lot of the time. But I do find their sales practices can be a little bit predatory almost. Like they really, really do appeal to FOMO. I think it's kind of wearing thin a bit. I don't know if people are quite feeling the same about it as it used to be. Never tried airbrushing or using oils. Yeah, it's both are pretty good. Did do a little bit of overspray there again. Might need to whack down a PSI on this. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll black it in when it's done. Oh yeah, the Australian prices, that's just another level. I don't know how there's any like Warhammer scene in Australia. I think the issue I have is the main issue I have with GW is the corporate level. It's like it's the same as like any company really, which is just that like the constant chasing of profit. Whereas like we've had record profits, yeah, but because inflation's going up, we have to raise our prices. Regrettably, we have to, because even though we've made more money than we ever have, we have to, because that's the way it goes, and that's just that's the bit that bothers me. But that's not unique to GW by any stretch. It's like the endless like we will not stop until we have every money. Yeah, exactly. It's not like you can't ask people to be like, hey, do you want to try 40k? Yeah, I'll give it a go. How much is it? Like 30, 40 quid? It's 500. Oh, okay. Should we just get like a PS5 instead? Yeah, alright. Yeah, you got the avatar and the light Karen. It'd be good. They are nice models. That avatar in particular is quite a beast. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I agree, Dennis. Like, I mean, I'm no stranger to recasts either. A lot of my orc stuff comes from Shenzhen. Two Blood Bowl trolls for £2.50. Jeez. Are there current rules in 40k for looted vehicles? That was always one of the best part of Orcs. God, I don't know in the new codex. Like there was, and then there wasn't, and then there was again. But when they added them back in, they were basically just like they added like battle wagon variants, and they were like, "Fit your model to be one of these." It wasn't quite the same. I remember in 7th edition when they had like it was actual rules, like a looted wagon, and you had like the red button rule where it could like do its own thing. Just don't press that, right? Like the mysterious button that the Orcs will press. So I think the answer is no, but they have said that you can loot vehicles and make them, just treat them as a battle wagon. So they've given you permission to make your own custom models, which is very, very nice. Orc players are known for wanting permission. Ah, the Badlands Brawl Stadium would be so good. I'm getting quite a lot of overspray on these blue boys, I'm not gonna lie, but I kinda don't care. I feel like wherever I've oversprayed it, I can either spray back in with black or paint blue afterwards. I don't think it's going to matter much. I think there's a clog in the airbrush that I missed before, but I'm just trying to get these done, to be fair. SCLs are perfect for introducing new players. Without the game, they can opt for other types of collectible products. Digital market offers many entry points for a friend with 3D printer. People printing for others on Etsy, the option to buy a printer, which allows random. Yeah, I totally agree. And also, like, for kids, like, I think that's really underrated. Like, if people want to get, like, their kids in the hobby, or, like, schools or something want to try it, like, there's, like, no overhead. Whereas before, it'd be like, okay, you're going to give this, like, £20 model to a 4-year-old. And you kind of feel like, ugh. But now it's like, you can just print something and give it to a child, as long as they don't eat it. It hasn't really cost you much. I think the consumer printing has just been really good, and also for like yourself, like the new creators to come in. It's awesome. Like if you think back to like 5 years ago, we did not have nearly the same third-party market. Because it's like you couldn't get, you had artists couldn't get production. Like it's just the overhead of producing miniatures was just completely inaccessible for most artists. But now we've got all these other artists. We've got like so many artists just pumping out cool art that we can all enjoy, and I just think that's awesome. Yeah, these are phenomenal lizards. I agree. I'm enjoying myself immensely. Like this is only going to be a short stream, but it might end up being quite long. Because I do not want to stop right now. You do have a friend, Brian. It's called Bonehead Podcast.com/shop. I don't know. I'm sorry. I think that was right. Yep, boneheadpodcast.com/shop. Nailed it first time. Yep. Yeah, true, right? It's okay, that's improved now. We have made improvements to that. We have shared the workload. No longer just Ben printing teams at 2 AM while his child sleeps. It's 4 of us now. We've quadrupled the staff of the boneheadpodcast.com store. And now the customer experience should be significantly better. Right. We got, how do you find printing and the quality of models? I have terrible accents for locally bought models and store printers, which is first open. I think, oh, that's miserable. That's yeah, that we do not have that issue, fortunately. That's when you have a hollow model and oh, sorry, when you have a model which should be hollowed. It's been hollowed incorrectly, so it hasn't been given a chance to drain. Then they explode. That's unfortunate, but no, I believe all of our models are solid, and if they are, most of them are solid. They are hollowed out. They will be probably hollowed out and drained. Okay, these belts on the skinks are really small to airbrush. I'm wondering if I should just brush them. No, we did gnome knee pads the other week, didn't we? So we could do this. I'm just gonna thin it a bit. Yeah, transit breakage is the only thing that can be hard to avoid. Like, even with bubble wrap, some bits can be tricky. Like, most things should be okay. Because like it gets to a point where it's like there's more bubble wrap than packaging. Yeah, I think it's always just good to look at reviews, and like there's a lot of really reputable sellers out there. I do know I can vouch for my friends, HD and Thulian. They both do printing and services. They're both incredibly meticulous with how they print. I can't remember if they're offering it commercially at the moment, but yeah. Balls. Okay, that one actually is a mistake. Right, go quick. Good as new. It's a little bit of orange staining, but it's fine. It's fine. This isn't for anyone. It's just for us. Yes, Ian is correct. Dungeon Ball tokens and maps. I don't know about that one. Oh, there you go. Tokens and maps as well. Thank you, Ian. That's why Ian's doing comms. Yeah, exactly. While stocks last. That's why I didn't know. I didn't know if we had any. Oh, they're missing fingers. Okay, well that's good to know. That could just be a support error. Have a look at that. It's way too thin now. Okay, I was having a lot of fun before doing these tiny little orange parts. I'm going to brush these on, actually. This is, I'll do the feathers, actually. The feathers I'll do. These are quite big. These loincloths, I think I am going to brush. I'm having to do a lot of overspray cleanup here. Take a bit longer, but not that much longer. Ugh, yeah, see. Don't know what's going on with me brush control at the moment. These are very small. Yeah, it's not like it's an issue. It's much more of an issue when you start off. Like it's something you get used to, but it's often quite easy to hide it. Like it's one of those things where it's like, you know, a lot of your painting goes through like an ugly phase where you're not really satisfied with it, but by the time you finish painting, you've often been able to hide it. You'll see when I go with the black, it'll cover it all up. It'll just look like shadow. That's usually how I handle it. But there is, I think what's happened is when I was using my brush the other day, the airbrush, sorry, I mixed the paint with a paintbrush I had previously used for texture paint. And I realised this and I went through it clean. But I think there's still remnants of sand. It's actually in the nozzle. I tried to get out earlier, but I think there's still little bits left and it causes the spraying to be really inconsistent. It gets like clogged up in the end. And then it will shift it around in the nozzle and then push it aside and then it will just spray out at once. And that's what just happened a minute ago. Oh, thank you, Barry. I appreciate that. Meticulous Milton is going to review all the models and prints as well as software. Yeah, exactly. You got Milton with his eagle eye. Thank you so much, Karen. We do aim to be as inclusive as possible. Nice safe space. The Milton jail arc is one of my favorite things. He just moved to a new cell, actually. It wasn't a Cutimals team. It was a racist rabbit team. Which I really would rather not do. But I did promise. And I am breaking it. Oh, sorry about that. That was probably right into the mic. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can get this grit out. Yeah, I do see it. There is a bit of grit in there. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Let's get some yellow. Let's highlight this orange. Anyone want to mix up the music? Anyone got a genre? First genre suggestion goes. June 2, that's a good suggestion. But Hans Zimmer will come to my house and assassinate me if I played that. Punk it is. I'm skeptical about royalty-free punk, but we're gonna go. Well, it's not really royalty. Well, it's royalty-free, but it's still an actual like artist. Just because I feel like the there's punk rock. Do you want punk rock or pop punk? I think it's punk rock. Let's see how this goes. Pennywise, I saw on Saturday, and they were amazing, actually. They're at Slam Dunk Festival in London, and it was so good. What are the teams that are going to get fielded in the Bonehead Championship, apart from these lizards? So, yes. I don't know. Have we actually announced the teams? But I think I've kind of given away what they all are. We have lizards, gnomes. It's goblins. We have vampires. We have Amazons. We have Norse and OWA. Alright, is that all of them? I think that's all of them, right? This is Norse, goblins, gnomes. Vampires, AWA, Amazons. Oh, Black Orc, I think. Is that the last one? Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, I don't really know the song names, to be fair, but I had to be, admittedly, had not seen Pennywise much before. Like, I think they come on in playlists, but you know, in Spotify, like, gives you stuff. It was quite a new experience, but I really enjoyed it. Oh, sorry, that's a band. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought that was one of their songs. Yeah, I really went for that. They headlined on that stage. They had Goldfinger and Interrupters, which was just awesome because I do love those bands. Hey, Liam. Enjoying Italy? I threw your name out a minute ago. Do you take orders for printing miniatures? Because I was vouching for your quality. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, there you go. Thulian art. No, I'm glad the team's having a good time. You happy with your result? I will, Karen. Yeah, I'll definitely check that. We've definitely gone for no vocal tracks here, but that's fine. Hayden says no. Hey, I said him too. Or do you mean happy with the result? Ah, fair. It's a shame that if I was there, you guys would have won, but alas. Oof, that is that's pretty brutal. At least there's only one loss, right? Blessed BB in the final and lost. I can't see what that lost. Oh, then just lost. Okay. Well, yeah, you can't really be mad about it. If you played as well as you could. Standard there's pretty high, right? So. What was Tim's award? Was that like best record? I didn't quite catch it. Did he just win like best individual player? Yeah, it's gonna happen, isn't it? You can't kick yourself if you played as well as you could have. Oh, awesome. Nice. Best player within the team. That's really cool. I like that. Theatric is Trojan horse. Yeah, I agree. You turn on your other team members and make sure they lose. Any tips to help me transition from movie 2 or 3 to tabletop? I think just like talk about what you're doing, because it can like obviously not give away like a game plan or whatever, but like the biggest advantage is the fact that you don't have to declare everything. Like, I mean, you should, as in like if you're making rolls and stuff, and it's but like a pass is usually obvious when your player with the ball is like you talk it out and like it's fine. I'd say just be like clear about things. Like I find it's easier to be just like clear about what dice is cocked and what's not. I think often it's times just say when this is perfectly flat, or like if you're using a dice mat, just be like it needs to stay on the mat and just re-roll everything, because then there's no edge cases. That's usually pretty good. A common one is to be like you can take back stuff until you roll the die, which is really common, and I think it's really fair. Like if you do like a move, and you haven't had to dodge for it, and then you move another player, and you're like, the one that you moved before, you're thinking, oh, actually, can I just move it a square to the side? And they obviously had the movement for it. It's stuff like that. It's like little bits like that where I think it's just good manners to allow, and as long as they don't take the mick. Getting reps in to get used to playing without tackle zone markings. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is very true. Very easy to miss, especially when like guard gets involved. And also how much more visceral rushing is. I feel like rushing on digital games, it's like, it feels so free. But the act of physically rolling a die is it's a lot more intense. Yeah, dice cup will be judged by us all. I am such a convert. I used to be so against them. Like, staunchly against dice cups. I thought they were so obnoxious. I thought they were really rude. And I could not think the opposite anymore. Like, or think more the opposite. I think they're so much more courteous. After you get like dice launched at you, you're like, Yeah, dice cups are really good. For me, it was a World Cup game, and I doubt they'll see it, but if they do, they know who they are. With casino dice and rolling them at the models, I was like, these dice were like razor edges, and I would have like a heart attack every time they were rolled near my models, because they would damage like stainless steel, let alone my plastic models. Or resin models even, it's not even plastic. Oh yeah, Karen, you can. Oh my god. Okay, we need to. If you can get dice cups, I will absolutely hit you up, because I think our team, and I think these guys can vouch for that, would love some custom dice cups. If you do get dice cups, do let me know, because I will definitely reach out. And custom dugouts, yeah. Hayden, do you have a website link or a contact info you can drop to plug them? If you want orders, that is. Because they are sublime. I can show off the work. There you go. Oh, look at this beauty. Zoom out. This is HD's work. Isn't it gorgeous? The best thing you've ever seen in your life. He makes them. Absolutely love it. I'm not going to leave it on the windowsill. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave it on the windowsill. Just before Hayden has like a heart attack at the sun bleaching. Yeah, it's insane. Leave it on the back of the toilet. Yeah, I use, because I'm not playing too many games at the moment, especially not like with high elves, and it's kind of high elves. It makes a really good coaster. I'm really zoomed out now, aren't I? It was really jarring. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we're on to brushing now. Got some orange to add, so should do that, but I kind of want to pick out all the gold because that's going to be really, really miserable. No, I'll do that off camera because that's going to be really uninteresting. I'll brush the orange while it's relevant. Give me a link. Oh, this is going to be a dice cup. No way. They are dice cups. Okay. We might have to make this happen at some point. They're really nice. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. We'll chat about this later. Yeah, I don't know if HD is still there. I can give you a link, but I don't think it's. I don't think it has a website. But if you are interested, I can definitely look you up. And again, I don't know if he is. I also don't know if he's doing orders. But. Okay. Oh, I forgot Chimera coverage is actually garbage without the airbrush. Maybe it was better. Just own the overspray. Oh, there we go. Oh, yep, thank you. Did YouTube block your website? No red leatherettes. Well, I mean, we'll probably get them for our team, which is black and white. So definitely saw there were those options there. Hey, Final Fighter. Cheers for checking in. Are you painting anything? I feel like we had this exact thing, but I quite like it. Okay, lyric judging. Quite generic, isn't it? I'm sorry, Epidemic Punk Rock, but it's not cutting it. I'm not up for metal. Hip hop sounds like a terrible idea if this was the punk level. J-Rock. There are 4 songs. Okay. Experimental electronic. Okay, 3 songs. We have hardstyle last time. Did we do this? There's not many. The elevator music. Hey Milton. We do this so we don't get copyright striked, okay? And it's not bad. Yeah, it was alright. It was just the lyrics were grating me. This is gonna send me to sleep. When it said down tempo, I didn't realize it meant, like, no tempo. Military and historical marching band. Let's go. National anthem. Russia. You can apparently play a royalty-free Russian national anthem. Absolutely incredible. This is allowed. Blimey. Okay, let's probably move away from that. Drum and bass. Yeah, I'll do. This is like not just the internet. This is like Epidemic Sound. This is a music service. Like, this is royalty-free Spotify. That's just hilarious that you can get a marching band Russian national anthem on here. I would be listening to it too. And I mean, I guess that's an option. I could mute the music and have allow people to listen to what they want, which would be ideal. I just feel like if you don't have that capability of having two music devices, it's a bit boring. Well, not music devices, but you know what I mean. Music, run two things at once. YouTube needs that feature. Like Twitch half has it. The feature I really want streaming services to have is like 2 audio tracks so you can mute either one. So you can have like default music, but it's like people on their end can mute it, or you can listen along with the person streaming. Yeah, I'm steering from synthwave because we had like 8 solid hours of it on the previous stream. Okay, orange is blocked out. I'm gonna block out the blue on these guys. I think I'm probably gonna cut the stream at 6. For what it's worth. Just because that's when I'm gonna go make food. Because I thought it was only gonna be like a 4-hour stream max, but I'm enjoying myself. I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, I'm doing reverse for the chameleons. I really want them to stand out because they're the most annoying player to forget. Misplaced the mini. How about the cookies, Bryden? I think I might make some today. It made me want to make them. Actually, no, I was going to make apple crumble. That's what I was going to make. I got some apples that are going bad. They must be crumbled. Nice. I got introduced to some really cool new bands actually at this festival. That I normally hadn't heard of, but I'm really into. One was Honey Revenge, which is a California pop punk band, kind of like Paramore. They're really good. Another one was Bob Villain, who's like a UK grime grime art is. It's like punk grime. It's so good. I love it. I was well impressed by it. And just the performance as well was insane. Oh, no worries, Dave. Glad you stuck around. Have a lovely walk. That's really cool though. I must have said on stream that I used to be in a Nirvana cover band. There was a Nirvana ska cover band called creatively Skavana. It was a lot of fun actually. Dave Matthews Band. Very cool. Sorry, I completely zoned out while blending that. Didn't really want to stop because I want the paint to dry. Yeah, this blue kind of pops there. Probably should have just done this all along. Next, now I've got to clean up all this stupid yellow and overspray. What's my airbrush nozzle protector thing? Well, that's not good. Where the hell is that gone? Oh, there it is. We're good. It was under the palette. Yeah, I agree with that, Bryden. I think if people are together enjoying it, doesn't really matter what it is. Music, that is, I think. That logic probably not be applied to some things. Bad religion playing in Salt Lake seems ironic. That does kind of not surprise me, actually. I feel like if there's like quite a religious place, you end up with kind of counter-religious, right? Rebellious folks. I do want to hear Mormon punk though, that does sound nutty. Like, that must go hard. Oh, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna, so I'll probably end stream at 6. Make some food, and then I'm probably gonna pick this up off stream later this evening. Just chill and relax, get like a nice whiskey or something, and just vibe out, because I've pretty much just, it's gonna be like gold and leather, and then the bases, and that's probably most of it done. Like, it's quite a straightforward team to paint. It's like if I was streaming, this would be a great 24-hour one to do. Probably should have thought about that last time. Oh my god, the sun has come out. The sun has come out big time. Be gone. What's wrong with the airport, Gareth? Yeah, that's not annoying. Okay. Now we fix that overspray. It's probably best I do it in a dark blue. It's about to stick it in. I'm going to use a tiny amount of black. This is going straight into the shadow. Into the brute fun undead team, the necro pieces are on both, so it's something we work it out. Yeah, we can definitely work that out. Drop me a message. Actually, I'll drop you a message. This is your message. Yeah, no, I can absolutely do that. It would just be like a pro rata, like the Osper model. Yeah, no, that's fine. Don't worry. It's a bit of a wait on the brush tie stuff anyway. Like new orders right now are kind of end of October. Being kept busy. Yeah, no, that sounds good. Winter sounds awesome. Yeah, it is good. It's been a challenge. It's been a challenge, don't get me wrong, and there's a lot of orders which got delayed like regrettably long. Which does suck that it had to take so long. Like it's just like I really did think that I would paint faster, if that makes sense. But the support has been amazing, and the fact that I've been able to do it for what, 7 months, 8 months basically, That's just been awesome. I didn't think I'd get that far. Like when it launched, it was like, thought we'll give it a go. 6 months would be good. So it's been really good. It is, in a way, though, a lot harder than I thought it would be. That's good. We love a challenge in life. We love a challenge. The tough stuff really is the C Studios work, which I do. Like, I still enjoy doing it. It's just it takes a bit longer. You've got to paint in a very specific way, and it has to go through a quality process, which could add a little bit more time onto it. But it's I like having it because it's consistent work. It's just a bit annoying that it kind of hijacks deadlines. Like if I set deadlines for people, I've got that, and then suddenly I've now got another project which has the same deadline. Becomes a bit of a balancing act, but it's been working. Don't even know if I'm allowed to mention actually, but I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, in a few weeks I'll be going on the Paint Perspective podcast actually. So keep your eyes peeled on that. It's a good podcast. It's really good. Been invited on as a guest in a few weeks' time. Which I hope still stands, and that happens. It should be a lot of fun. Paint Perspective. It's the C Studios podcast. It is a really good podcast. Would definitely recommend it. Yeah, it's obviously not as prestigious as the famed Bonehead podcast. I was going to call it the Bonehead podcast. I forget that Bonehead podcast is like a thing. It's like, it's not like... It's just that I associate it as Bonehead podcast as being like what we do now, like the Bonehead podcast streams. So it would be the Bonehead podcast. I guess it just makes us just Bonehead, which is kind of cool. Wouldn't mind that as a rebrand. Yeah, enjoy it. It's good. It's a really chill miniature painting focused one, but they have a lot of banter and it's enjoyable. I will end up sounding aggressively posh though. They are all Essex accented, and it's quite different. Okay, now I think we can do the bellies. This will be fun. This is gonna transform them, I think. That is an American answer, what you just said. Posh is amazing. Right, we'll get Bryden voice chat. Let's have a crack at that. Spray undercoat and bulk is oh, okay, patches of 5. Yeah. You have a spray stick. Find that works pretty well. Leg is so dead. You stop sitting on it. I was gonna go for like a brown. No, it's not that color. I do have the color. I don't know where it is. Oh, there you go. Washers glued to lengths of off-cut flooring, magnetized plate. Absolutely outstanding. That's peak hobby right there. Yeah, the undercoat does matter. It matters least when airbrushing, to be fair. You can airbrush just straight on unprimed minis. It's totally fine. I've done it a few times. Just 'cause the way it goes on. But it's I do always prime it now. I find it just helps the model look cohesive, especially as when they're attached to the base beforehand. Like sticking it onto the base and then like blending together the different basing materials so it doesn't look so stark. It's just a really good like mental foundation. Double-sided tape is really good. Yeah, I use that. Most of the time I spray in this tray now anyway. But I've got a spray stick somewhere that I use double-sided tape. The only downside to double-sided tape is there's like it leaves residue on the base that you kind of have to scrape off. I'm not going to do the skink bellies, I think. I don't think it's required. No, they don't really have a lot going on. Anyway, this will be fine. Just doing it on the Saurus and the Crocs. Man, I am battling this airbrush today. It is not quite right. He needs a bath of alcohol again. I would never use those primers, you know. I know they're meant to be great. They're just bulk by auto primers, so I'll never get through them. Yeah, that's always a good idea, Karen. I often like doing one test model. If it's like a large project, I will do a test model. So like this this undead team I'm doing this week, I will be doing a test model. There's 30 minis, so It's a lot to repair. And in terms of batches for like different positionals, I think that's just good for sanity, to be fair. The that orc job I just finished was a single batch paint job of 120, which was absolutely killer. I've never done that before, and I don't think I'll ever do that again. Unless they give me another 120 orcs to do, in which case I will do it again. Reluctantly. But it was like, yeah, one color across all the models. Took like 15 hours. Yeah. Like, cool, now it's onto the metal. That's 3 days. Just painting metal. I wonder if I have pictures of it, actually. Might do. You might have uploaded them. No, they haven't. Red, white, yellow, black, tan's a cool scheme, actually. Yeah, I like that. What's the worst team you've had to paint for a private commission? Ooh. That's a risky question to answer. That's one I did a while back. That was not as fun. I'd say the I won't say worse, because that just doesn't feel good. Like, if that's someone's team, I don't want to say, oh, that was the worst thing I've done. I would say the hardest one, the least enjoyable, I think, was actually, I hate to say it, because they were in chat being very nice, but Waia Games. And I did mention earlier, to be fair, like, this team is incredible to paint, but their Dark Elves, that was a slog. That's why I think that was the one that's really stuck in my mind of just like, this is hard. Like, especially it was an early one I did for Brush Tithe. That was I had time booked out for it, and it ended up taking like over twice as long because it was so much trim, and really like awkwardly put as well. So like, you couldn't easily paint it. You had to sort of like paint around stuff. Yeah. It's a good team, a great team, and a great looking team. Just probably the least enjoyable one I've done. Don't worry, Karen. It definitely wasn't the goblins. GW teams are always good. That's why I like most of the store, the Brush Tithe store is GW, because it's easy to plan for and to price, because you kind of know what you're getting with GW. Oh, sorry, it's definitely not on camera. But I've never had to paint any like offensive teams because I would just turn it down. If someone wanted something that was like just not a team that I feel comfortable painting, I just wouldn't. I've not actually had to do that yet. So. Oh, I love this colour. It's aged white, but it doesn't half sputter. It needs to be a bit. It's trouble because it's very easy to overthin this. Okay, I think we're good. Hey Marcel, hope you're doing well. We're here enjoying a lovely sunny bank holiday Monday. Try new things and paint a new project. Tattoos. Yeah, I mean, you've got the right attitude though. Like, so you're not good at it. You're just not good at it yet. You only get better by doing it. I struggle with freehand a lot. I did one Orc buggy, which I was actually really proud of. I freehanded an Evil Sun's logo on the front of it. But it took longer to do that than the entire rest of the buggy. So, I haven't really gone back. I do freehand some members on players, but very rarely. Very difficult to do. The tattoos, I think, are a great start, especially Orc tattoos, because another reason I love Orcs is you can kind of get away with being not very neat. If you were to freehand like high elf runes, that would be more of a challenge, I think. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, exactly, Brian. Wood looks so good though. I also like doing freehand on armored surfaces more than flesh, because if it doesn't go very well, you can kind of just add weathering. Like you can like add chipping or rust or something, cover it up. When it's on skin, you've like spent ages making this like really nice skin with a nice blend or something. Tattoo over it, you botch it, you're like, ugh, damn it. Can't really easily undo it. If it does help though, I've got a little tip, a little hobby tip for freehand. Especially tattoos. Get yourself a micron pen. I've got these Japanese micron pens. Super tiny. How do I not have any paper near me? You do. You have some Necromunda instructions. Very bright. Wow. Yeah, these are so tiny. So you can do like the tiniest freehand. It doesn't even show up because of how exposed this is. My god. Okay. How about on a mini? I don't know if I want to tattoo this. I could do it on some gold, where I'm going to be painting gold. Yeah, let's do that. Is that going to focus? Oh, come on. Yeah, these are just so small. I don't know if it really is obvious. Like how tiny, like I could even like block in the black lines on here if I wanted to. The pen just sits in there. If you want to do black lining, if you want to do freehand. Micron pens are just so good. Tiny little pen. You have to worry about the brush streaks and things. Dry paint on tips. Dotted pupils are nice, yeah, exactly. I absolutely do use them for that. Right, what are we on to now? Are we, yeah, the bellies look pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, I don't really want to do the skink ones. I don't think they need it. We've got so many other details going on. I think we're going to start doing some... Oh my gosh, I got feathers. I missed feathers on like 2 models. Yeah, I'm going to redo those before I forget. I'll just check all the others. No, I did those. Nope, he's good. He's good. I'll just double check the Crocs. Yeah, he's good. Alright, break out the orange again. I'll probably do this and then wrap up the stream, actually, because finish is brushwork and I need to go to 6, so there's no point getting paint on the palette if I'm only going to be painting for about 5 minutes. But I just did want to showcase some of this team before their debut. Oh, I should probably do the basing as well, actually. The before I do the brushwork. Oh. Oversprayed the hell out of that arm. Damn it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it too, Karen. It's like absolutely the best fun we have with what we do. That's why I really want to bring it back. It's just been a whole thing with the studio. But actually, that's not true. Like the studio's been, this has been what the studio is for, basically. Like, we absolutely want to keep this as like the thing that we do. It's just fun building the narratives. It's fun making the teams, like giving personalities. We're going to have so much more viewer engagement, patron engagement. We want to tell stories. We want it to be like the side of like the thing that makes spectator sports fun. We want to bring that to tabletop, which is why it's fun when we mix up who plays what team and stuff, because the story is about the team, not the person playing them. It's like the development of them as a character. That's all part of it. Given all the players' personalities and names, like none of these guys have a name yet, but they will. That's awesome. 7 Super Series. Oh, I love 7 Super Series. Is 3 the Secret League one? I love doing the Secret one. The intro music. Oh god, I can't even remember where it goes. It's like the totally not question of sport style theme, right? It's something I would love to do actually. Like I would love to make a championship theme. I might try it. I might give myself some movements. I used to do music writing back at uni. For video games. So I'd love to do see what we can come up with. But I should probably not set myself too much work, right? What Goblin team? Root Fun, I believe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Free Fun. Oh, no, might be Punga. Let me check. Put it here somewhere. Riveting stream content, I know. You submitted rosters. That is a good idea. I think it's something we might explore. Oh, I can't find it. I can't remember. It's one that Ben's doing. Oh, I really oversprayed that. It's not too bad. There's bits of yellow on it. I'll attack it with some blue when I get to the brush painting. Okay. I'll do it now, actually. Just before I wrap up. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, blue and orange is such a classic contrasting colour combo. It's so striking. Yeah, do you reckon you guys are going to have a team you root for in the championship? I know Charon's definitely going to go for goblins, for sure. Cool to get some lizard pans out there. I think goblins and gnomes will be such a fun matchup to play. I think the gnomes have like just the stronger game, but I reckon the goblins can cut them open in ways that other teams can't. Quite literally, I think. Even the goblins there. That actually wouldn't have been a bad shout. However, the idea is that we build up a collection. Hence, we got some shelves now in the studio, so like all the teams we do are now going and like living there. Eventually we'll have every team, and like that team can make a comeback, and you know, there'll be like that team you remember, they've got the same players and things, and build this whole narrative. That's the idea behind it. Yeah, exactly, Karen. Right, this is just cleanup duty. Really oversprayed a lot this time, which is not like me. Alright, I think that's good. It's just this back scale here that was the real issue. Yeah, I think it's pretty intact everywhere else. So the shoulder had some orange on it. Clear that up. Like a slight yellow tint, but it's so unnoticeable. I can always go over it when this dries as well. But yeah, alright, we're getting there. 212 Tiny Titans. Oh yeah, they're insane. I'm kind of glad that they're not going to be in this one. I think they were before Gnomes came out. I think Gnomes saved us. Yeah, a bit of a fan favourite though. Yeah, I think we all did. Especially because at the time Snotlings were also really new, so we didn't really know like this sort of competitive Snotling meta that kind of would emerge. Right, we are going to wrap it up there. I have had an amazing Monday. Painting some blue. We are going to have an awesome Lizardman team, I think, for this championship. Quite like how the chameleons are as well. There's no getting these mixed up. Which one has on the ball? That is the question. Yeah, I think considering it's 2 colours, they look pretty effective. Airbrushing's pretty good, hey? Who knew? No, cheers. Thanks to you, Tony. Like, I really appreciate the sitting down and chilling. It's really lovely to do this. And again, I will be doing it on my channel this week. We have a Grebo Undead team to be painting up. Undead and Necromantic team. It's both with some star players. Got a little preview here. These obviously need a prime, but we are going to be doing these up for Austin, who was in chat earlier. It's an awesome team. The metal is going to be a challenge. But we've done it before. It's actually fine. If you varnish the hell out of it, metal is absolutely fine, and they're really detailed as well. So that'll be good fun. But yes, Oh, Bryden, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Well, enjoy your cookies. And I'm going to go make some food and an apple crumble, because apple crumble is going to be a nice end to the day. Yes, have a lovely day. Bye-bye.